great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Firstly, let me say 1st May or May Day celebration is a very important day to all the Nigerian workers and even globally. So in Nigeria, we are celebrating our May Day equal to any other nation in the world. And in the process of observing this day, the labor leaders and all labor institutions across Nigeria are coming together at least to discuss vital issues that affect the life of the civil servant across the country. The Nigerian civil servant, we have a lot of challenges. Issue of salary is the key. The newly approved minimum wage of 70,000 naira by the federal government is yet to be implemented in almost some part of the state in the country, including the FCT, Abuja here. So workers are really being in a very difficult life in order to sustain their families and themselves, educationally wise, health wise, and even economic wise. So if you look at it, the federal government and other chief executives of the MDS across the country are not doing the needful in implementing the 70,000 naira minimum wage, which is expected to curtail the problems of the civil servant across the country. So all we are expecting from the government, it is in our agitation that the government should revisit this issue of implementation of new minimum wage in the country in order to support the civil servant, for them to have a very serious and responsive access to the service delivery. The public service sector of the economy of this country is the most contributory sector of the economy towards the development of this nation. If you look at it, civil servants are cutting across all the sectors of the economy that contribute to the development of Nigeria. So if the civil servants were carried along and being taken care of, I believe Nigerian economy will be revived in a very simple time frame. Because of the sufferings of the civil servants, if you look at our remunerations and some other welfares which we are due for, and the government is not offering us, that is what makes the civil servant to be low in productivity. Therefore, the federal government should do the needful, and in fact, if they have done the needful, they will see wonders in the economic transformation of this country.
We want to thank the president, our amiable president, President Tinubu, for that approval. But as a union, my own union, we still have reservations concerning the release of the 50 billion naira, because we are still insisting that what is good for the gander is also good for the geese. For instance, we are insisting that the stakeholders must be called to a meeting to determine the sharing formula. We are insisting that no one particular union should take a huge chunk of the money without considering the others, because all of us do that same work in the university, because without the technologies, the student cannot graduate. Without the lecturer, the student cannot graduate. Even without other non-teaching staff, it's impossible, the registering staff, it's impossible for the students to graduate. So we are asking that the 50 billion naira released, there should be equity, there should be justice, there should be fairness in the sharing formula.
The assessment today is fantastic, marvelous. You can see the turnout. Workers have turned out en masse in spite of the economic situation. But workers have decided to come out and celebrate themselves. In fact, this is to show that Nigerian workers are very committed and loyal to the sustenance of democracy in Nigeria. Because ordinarily, if we are to go by what is going on, people would have been so lackadaisical. They would have stayed back at home. You see, after all, the workers are suffering. Transportation system is very high. The wages are not as it should be. They talk about the minimum wage. It's nothing to me. It's a sham. Government just used that to say 70,000 naira minimum wage. Then I will now ask them, which government employs level 1? Which Nigerian government employs level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5? Where you said they are enjoying 70,000. It's not possible. All those grades have been outsourced. Before you can enter into any public sector now in government, you must be a level 8 officer. Get the point. Then go and see. By the time you see the consequential and the adjustment, you discover that what is on top of the level 8 is nothing but just a pittance. So, but all the same, we want to celebrate ourselves. We want to celebrate our input to the development of Nigeria.
There's so much shame attached to domestic violence and abuse that because of the shame, nobody talks about it. And then it becomes a vicious cycle. I realize now that it's people who have been abused,
themselves.
who abuse others.
Some people would share their story and say, oh, he came at me with a weapon. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't run away. None of them came at me with a weapon. None of them. In fact, none of them threatened me to say, if you tell your parents, I will do. None of them threatened me. What predisposed me was lack of education.
Let your love be blind, or let your love be wise. Nobody's going to choose you if you don't choose yourself.
For the toxic workspace, we have bosses who don't have empathy. They could just tell you, you have to do this and you must deliver now. We already said Gen Zs, we like to prioritize ourselves. So we don't want a situation whereby our boss is telling us, you have to do this, you have to do it now, and whether or not you are good, you just have to do it.
Forgiveness is to set a prisoner free, only to realize that the prisoner was you.
Real Talk with Pam remains committed to fostering authentic conversations that inspire and empower. This is Pamela Igbo. I am your host of Real Talk with Pam show.
On Saturday, 8 OPEC Plus countries agreed to raise oil output by 411,000 barrels per day in June, and this despite a recent trend of falling prices. This was also after a similar hike for May. Analysts are calling it a managed unwind of previous cuts and not a fight for market share. There's also some frustration with weaker compliance and a fresh call for commitment to compensate for producing above past quotas. The group plans to hold a full ministerial meeting on the 28th of May. As at this morning, in early Asian trade, Brent futures dropped 3.7% to as low as $58.5 a barrel, down from a close of $61.29 per barrel on Friday. OPEC Plus may also be trying to use low oil prices to curb output in high-cost basins such as the United States and Brazil, where sub-60 crude could be below break-even, eventually shutting down investment taps. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives to help them thrive in today's very peculiar business environment. At the end of the year, 94-year-old Warren Buffett is retiring from the investment firm he has run since 1965. He has proposed at Berkshire Hathaway's annual shareholder meeting in Omaha, Nebraska, that Greg Abel, currently vice chair of Berkshire's non-insurance operations, should take over. As of Friday, the S&P 500 index was up 9 consecutive days, its longest streak since 2004, jumping 2.9% in the week as the market makes back the entirety of its Liberation Day sell-off. Remarkable given the lingering uncertainty over trade negotiations, though there are early signals of a more limited tariff spat and a better chance that the US economy can weather the disruption. China was reported as having compiled a list of US goods exempt from its 125% tariffs, aiming to ease trade tensions without making public concessions. The list is expanding with recent waivers on US ethane, some semiconductor products, and certain pharmaceuticals. We still cannot ignore the gross domestic product 0.3% contraction in the US, albeit largely due to a surge in imports as companies tried to get ahead of the tariffs, and even bellwether players like McDonald's noticing consumers pulling back on spending due to concerns. Today, we get composite and services flash US PMIs for April, and indeed, the next signals could be very instructive. Also, it would be great if US closes some trade deals with, say, major players like Japan and the EU this week, and not so great if the spat with China takes a turn for the worse. Shell is reported to be working with advisors to evaluate a potential acquisition of rival BP as it observes BP's stock and oil price declines before deciding on whether to pursue a bid. When asked of the BP acquisition, Chief Executive Wael Sawan said he would rather buy back more Shell stock, adding that there is greater need to have Shell's house in order. Markets are abuzz with the possibility of the deal, also speculating that any final decision will likely depend on how much lower BP's stock falls. It may end up being too cheap to resist. Democratic Republic of Congo said on Friday it had become the latest African country to grant a license to Elon Musk's Starlink. A unit of SpaceX, the satellite internet provider, is live in more than a dozen countries in Africa and rapidly expanding its services on the continent. In April, it got licenses to operate in Somalia and be live in Lesotho. The Dangote Group has launched a major agro-industrial sugar refinery project in Kwame Danso, Ghana. This includes a daily cane crushing capacity of 12,000 tons, irrigation of 25,000 hectares, and production of sugar, molasses, and ethanol, all with the support of Ghana's One District, One Factory initiative. This project also addresses Ghana's annual $162 million sugar import bill and fosters a local, sustainable, and impactful solution. And in Nigeria, the former Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, recently declared that he was ready to give account of himself as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission continued with its probe of sacked officials of the National Oil Company. The EFCC is reported to be investigating fraud and abuse, including senior officials involved in the rehabilitation of the government-owned refineries, which gulped about $3 billion. The finance minister also said recently that a forensic audit was ongoing. Analysts are concerned as they await more details. Definitely a space to watch as the new team takes over in NPCL. OPEC Plus say that 8 participating countries will implement a production adjustment of about 411,000 barrels per day in June 2025 from May 2025 required production level. This is due to current healthy market fundamentals reflected in the low oil inventories and in accordance with the decision agreed upon on 5th of December 2024 to start a gradual and flexible return of the 2.2 million barrels per day voluntary adjustments starting from 1st of April 2025, but also adding that the increases may be paused or reversed subject to evolving market conditions. This flexibility will allow the group to continue to support oil market stability and provide the opportunity for the participating countries to accelerate their compensation for previous overproduction. The 8 OPEC Plus countries hold monthly meetings to review market conditions, conformity, and compensation, and will meet on the 1st of June to decide on July production levels. The hikes also follow calls from Trump on OPEC Plus to raise output. Trump will visit Saudi Arabia later in May. And on Friday, if you look at Brent crude futures, it lost more than 1% to $61.29 barrels as traders braced for more oil from OPEC Plus. The downturn in prices is expected to continue amid lingering trade tensions and concerns about economic growth. Analysts are of the view that we could see further accelerated hikes for August, September, and October, with the idea of unwinding the remainder of a huge portion of voluntary cuts, especially if Iraq, Kazakhstan, and other laggards do not improve compliance and deliver compensation cuts. Saudi Arabia, which had cut its own production by 2 million barrels per day over the past 3 years, is said to be frustrated with bearing the larger portion of the OPEC cuts, while other members consistently pumped above their quotas. Saudi Arabia, reportedly displeased with non-compliant members, has briefed allies and industry officials that they are no more willing to prop up prices with further supply cuts, while others apparently are cheating. Crude oil prices continue to be volatile, as we see when there are many conflicting signals. Brent, however, of late has been slipping fast at just over $61 over the weekend and could still slip further. There are indeed conflicting signals from the ongoing US-China trade talks. Analysts are watching developments from the US and Iran talks of a deal over the nuclear program. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said he remained extremely cautious about the success of the negotiations as nuclear talks between Iran and the United States in Oman continue. With Iranian crude returning, deepening the bearish oil outlook, analysts are modeling how that affects supply from Iran into a market already in a slight excess. On the demand side, impacting oil prices are fears that several new forces seem to be weighing on economic growth, which was already forecasted to be tepid. A worse growth scenario could easily emerge if tariffs are not negotiated significantly downwards. The IMF also cut U.S. growth forecast to 1.8% and raised recession odds to 40% with a spillover effect, which also puts further strain on oil demand. But last Friday, yet another conflicting signal. We got strong U.S. jobs report with America's long resilient job market continuing to defy expectations, even despite all the uncertainty. The U.S. economy added a surprisingly strong 177,000 jobs in April, a slight slowdown from March's downwardly revised 185,000 gains, but more than expected. The gain in April was also higher than the average pace of monthly job growth in the prior 3 months. Talking of conflicting signals, we also got that from U.S. inventory as U.S. stockpile data added to the confusion. The American Petroleum Institute, API, reported a large 4.6 million barrels crude draw, while the official Energy Information Administration, EIA, data contradicted this with a surprise crude build of 244,000 barrels, also with jet fuel deliveries hitting their highest pace since 2019. Still, the crude build was enough to reinforce broader supply concerns. Traders are trying to understand if OPEC Plus policy shifts are a renewed focus on protecting market share, as some analysts argue, or are we talking about succumbing to pressures from the US who want lower oil prices to keep inflation down, or is this just winding down previous cuts, like I said earlier? And then there are other issues such as the US-Iran nuclear developments and also the US-China trade headlines, and clues to the supply-demand rebalancing dynamic could emerge as we watch these developments unfold. We've also seen a notable decrease in OPEC Plus production in April due to Venezuelan sanctions, so quite a bit to digest as far as oil and gas dynamics. Planned increases could also be affected if countries like Kazakhstan, Iraq, and the UAE, which have previously exceeded their quotas, reduce their output significantly. We expect a flood of bearish revisions for crude oil price forecasts. BNP Paribas, before the decision, expected Brent in the high $60 per barrel. That's for the second quarter of this year, though the latest OPEC Plus decision couldn't be described as a surprise. Forecasts still expected to be revised down. For BNP Paribas, we could be talking of the low 60s. Barring had to predict supply shocks. EVI had forecasted for crude range-bound $65 to $70 in Q2 for the Brent standard. This is now revised down to $60 to $65. Q3 average for Brent would still be as low as sub $60. That is on average. Again, barring any geopolitical supply shocks. Goldman Sachs also responded by slashing its December 2025 oil forecast by $5 to $66 for Brent, citing both rising OPEC Plus supply and the impact of the tariff war. Standard Chartered also reduced its 2025 Brent forecast to $61 a barrel. Low oil prices would also mean exiting less cost-efficient, complicated basins and would incentivize the search for cost synergies through consolidations. Shell may begin to look at BP even closer as the case for a possible takeover improves. In summary, with no clearly bullish catalyst in sight, apart perhaps from China's openness to negotiate on tariffs, it does appear that the uncertainty and conflicting signals will linger, leaving sellers in control in the coming sessions. Japanese, South Korean, Hong Kong, and Chinese markets are closed for public holidays. US stock futures edged lower, signaling a potential cool down after the strong wins in Wall Street last week. Well, that's all on this special edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As Governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it, with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment, which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on a shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Ifene reporting from BusinessDay TV.
Please allow me welcome you to the BusinessDay Talent Management Conference for 2025. This conference is important because Nigeria is home to one of the world's youngest populations, hardworking, talented, with lots of potential that holds promise for national growth. But what we see these days is we have companies talking more about KPIs and less about people being inspired to work, and we need to have these conversations. Research shows that 74% of employees come to work feeling disengaged. No one wants to come to work feeling like it's a Monday. I'm sure I'm right about that. You don't want to come to work feeling like everything is all serious every day. And that's why today we've gathered CEOs, we've gathered HR professionals, we've gathered policymakers and wellness advocates like yourself, all under this roof to discuss the billion-dollar question of how we can turn well-being into a winning strategy. Today, we are completely flipping the script with bold ideas on wellness, engagement, and leadership that actually works. And that's why you all here really matter to us. So whether you're a CEO, you're an HR professional, or you're just here for the coffee and the big ideas, you are in the right room. My name is Elizabeth Musa. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm a professional compere, and today, importantly, I'm going to be your MC. Before I leave, can I ask you a question? I believe everyone here is a HR professional, HR enthusiast, someone that just wants things to work. Can you ask the person closest to you, how are you really doing? The traffic, the situation, how are you doing? There's a lot going on right now. All right, thank you all for being here. Please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, before I leave, I'd like to please bring up on stage for the welcome address the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Aigbogun, as he comes up for the welcome address. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure to welcome you all this morning to our conference. I'm told that our special guest of honor, Professor Bayomi, will be joining us in less than 10 minutes. But we thought it would be good to get started so that when he comes, then he can just flow with us. As we do not desire to keep you here for longer than we actually should. So once again, let me say good morning and welcome you warmly to today's conference. There is indeed very many reasons, good reasons, why we should be gathered this morning, just talking or having a conversation around our team. As my colleague Elizabeth has said, Quite often, we are tempted in our organizations to be so focused on the bottom line, and I mean the financial aspect of our bottom line. And that temptation can sometimes lead us to great difficulty. Our core interest this morning is just to look at the well-being of our people. Yes, they are talented. We seek talented people, but it's also important that we ensure that their well-being is also part of our focus. I know that there are a preponderance of HR experts in the room, and sometimes I am very appreciative of those who have a responsibility in managing the workforce of an organization. When everything is quiet, that is when we don't know, but that's when they are really doing the hard work. Once in a while, we see them helping to manage a crisis, but crises don't happen all the time. And so we don't want to think that it's only when there is a crisis that the HR people show up. They are indeed showing up when we are asleep at home. They don't sleep. When the calls come, they go to them first. So it's very important. We are at a time in the economy where we all are quite hopeful of a turnaround. Just looking at how we are preparing to take good advantage of the recovery of the Nigerian economy. So it's a very well-timed conference and roundtable that we are having here this morning. So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people. With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce. We have invited a good number of experts who will be speaking to us here this morning. I have absolutely no doubt that for all of us who have found time to be here, that this will be a very productive session. Before I step away, I think it is important for me to acknowledge the sacrifice made by our speakers and panelists who have joined us this morning. I also would like to commend our partners and sponsors, Philips Consulting Limited, Blue Bob, Great Place to Work, and of course, Bank of Industry, that have ensured that part of the cost for today's event is fully underwritten. Once again, on behalf of Business Day, let me extend my profound welcome to you and my appreciation for your presence here this morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Aibogun, for that welcome address. Without taking any more of our time, I'd like to also make welcome a seasoned executive for over 30 years. He has experience spanning leadership, strategy, and business development across multiple industries. He currently serves as the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire, where he drives growth through strategic sales, marketing, and culture building initiatives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Otamere Elegon, is the country manager for Great Place to Work in Nigeria, Kenya, and Cote d'Ivoire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I want to take special time to thank our partners, Business Day. We went out looking for a media partner, and happy to say we have found one in Business Day. And the beautiful thing about the fact is that Business Day is a great place to work. Our biggest challenge at the onset was to say, if they did a survey and they didn't become a great place to work, we're not certified as a, what would happen? But when they did the survey, they resoundingly, they're a great place to work. And so it's easy to have those conversations with them. We are here today to talk about employee well-being. And in putting together this presentation, the question was, what would be the appropriate topic for this? And I talked about the fact that we needed to have, or talk about the science and art of employee well-being, insights from great workplaces. It made more sense because in this room we have people who are more science inclined, we have people who are more arts inclined, and so being able to find a bridge with this presentation will be great. We are a good place to work, the global authority on the workplace culture, available around about 170 plus countries globally. For us, the reason why companies are great workplaces is the level of trust that exists in these companies. And it's not far-fetched. We are all from families. Even with blood relationships, sibling rivalries can result in problems where the trust levels are not clear. And so if you imagine that if we have blood relationships and we have rivalries and strifes, imagine what it would look like if we are in an organization where we have people from different walks of life, from different ideologies coming together. The reason why they would keep and achieve those objectives will be because they are living and building a great workplace in an environment of trust. So I have a couple of open quotes. One that says, the real voyage of discovery lies not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Sorry? It's going down. Okay. Another one says, work is fundamentally about people and their well-being. It is essential for organizational success. So I will try with this session basically to talk about how data-driven insights and real-world examples can illustrate why companies need to cultivate a good workplace culture. Looking at meaningful work management, trust, employee support, and financial security. And so why does well-being matter? We are living in very interesting times. The world is evolving. We see a lot of emphasis around. Okay. Thank you. That's better for me. Thanks a lot. Yeah, okay. World is evolving. A lot of technology issues and shifts and technology playing a very, very great impact. AI. I was at the FIT conference. I was asked to speak on regulations around data protection and all of that. And I was saying to the team or to the conference then that beyond regulations, beyond government regulations, there's a need for self-preservation. Companies must begin to define and desire and how best to ensure that even with AI, employees are protected. And so it's so important that even in this day and age, that there is an increasing rise of employee importance, employee importance globally. The idea that you are here to get the job done, you have been paid to get the job done, is off the windows. You don't have those conversations anymore to say to an employee, I paid you to do the work, just get the job done. Especially post-COVID, being able to have conversations around beyond transactions to relationships are critical to be able to get us to get the job done. We also see the impacts around well-being and productivity, engagement and retention. We know without a shadow of doubt where employees feel a sense of being part of a system, employees feel that their opinions count, employees are able and better to achieve more in terms of productivity because they feel that they are part of the system and can give their best to achieve company's objectives in an environment of trust. And data shows and points to the fact that where well-being operations exist in high levels, that companies that have these policies and practices outperform their peers. Our analysis points to the fact that employees are 200% more likely to recommend your company if they believe it's a psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. Our analysis also points to the fact that where you have a psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work, 75% of that organization is most likely to be more innovative than where a company is not psychologically and emotionally healthy place to work. And we know that innovation is key for what we do, for us to be relevant in this day and age, for us to be relevant and at cutting edge in the next 20 years, we need to be innovative. And so, for instance, our survey says, I can ask management any question or reasonable question and get a straight answer. Management is approachable. If management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. You want employees who believe that management would recognize honest mistakes as part of doing business because it enables them to go above and beyond to achieve those objectives that are critical for your organization. We also see that there is a clear correlations between employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. Employees are happy at work, they have great pride in what they do, they are able to impact and engage customers better. Customers are able to do more business with your organization that invariably impacts on return on investments for your business. And this is a clear fact about the fact that great workplaces outperform the market that we see globally for companies that we work with. And so what is employee well-being? It's a holistic concept that includes physical, I guess that's financial, psychological, and social traits, ensuring employees feel happy, healthy, secure, and supported in their work and personal life. My apologies, that slide was a little bit cut off. And so for us, we see well-being around 6 key views, or the model looks at well-being that is interpersonal, mental, work environment, financial security, work-life balance, and fulfillment at work. So it is a science and an art, because we have data that points to the fact that where employees are happy at work, they are able to do better. Their best work is where they feel part of the organization and can contribute their quota. We're able to measure engagement levels with various surveys. Our Trust Index survey measures employee levels of engagement and satisfaction at work. For us, trust is around 5 dimensions. Is management credible? The senior leaders understand the business. They don't know what the future of the business looks like. The senior leaders embody the values that we preach. We say, for instance, that integrity is a core value, or is part of the practices that we have. Do we see it lived in the lives of leaders? We measure respect. Post-COVID, respect has become one of the most important aspects around our measurements. Employees crying out to be recognized. Employees crying out to say that they deserve to be given a fair hearing at work. We measure fairness to say the employees feel a sense of fairness at work. Do they feel that their opinions count, that management provides them an enabling environment to be successful? We measure pride. Pride is so important. And for pride, we see pride across 3 levels. Personal pride, team pride, and organizational pride. And we say employees that have great pride are the ones that are best equipped to withstand competition in the market space. They're also the ones that are best equipped to meet customer needs in the market space. So science and arts, we are able to begin to define and say to us that beyond, there's a conversation around how impactful is strategy without culture, without the right culture. And so being able to see how we can manage and marry, better is a better word, marry strategy and culture will do a great work for organizations. And so our research approach, which is based on the Great Place to Work model, I talked about that, sees well-being around 5 dimensions also too: mental and emotional support, sense of purpose, personal support, financial health, and meaningful connections. This basically speaks to our model I talked about earlier on, those 5 models. At Great Place to Work, we have what is called the 9 practice areas. The 9 practice areas that leaders must have understanding around. I might not be able to fully call all of them together, but for instance, welcoming, being able to developing employees, listening is one of those most challenging areas around our 9 practice areas, being able to listen to your colleagues, being able to thank them for what they do and achieve, one of those 9 practice areas, being able to celebrate them for who they are and just being at work, great place to work. And so for us, our trust dimensions have been helpful in connecting the dots around well-being. So in terms of respect and fairness, we're talking about mental and emotional support. Pride talks about the sense of purpose. Fairness and credibility, personal support. Fairness, financial health. Camaraderie, meaningful connections. And so we did an analysis around great workplaces in Nigeria to look at what mental and emotional support looks like. And we found out that at great workplaces, so we have our survey that is deployed to companies, employees. So for us, trust into 5 dimensions, 5 dimensions into 15 focus areas into 60 statements. So we've been able to put together some statements around mental and emotional health that speaks and supports what that entails. So for instance, our highest statements around emotional health is management genuinely seeks and responds to suggestions and ideas. We say that workers in this day and age are the most intelligent that have ever existed since the beginning of work, because these are people who constantly are reviewing, understanding, trying to understand, gain insights across the globe, local insights, gain insights across globally. So when they come to you with ideas, when they come to you with suggestions, you're better off as an organization to listen to those suggestions and ideas and provide adequate feedback. Our survey allows us to ask 2 questions. 1, management is competent at running this business. Another one says, management keeps me informed about what I need to do to get the job done. For some companies that are great workplaces, generally average score between even those 2 statements, you could see a gap of about 10%. Between employees say management is competent to management keeping me informed. For non-great workplaces, the gap could be as high as 30%. But we said to you this morning that competence is driven by effective execution, and execution cannot hold without effective communication. And so you cannot say that we are competent at what we do, but if you don't keep employees informed regularly about what they need to do to get the job done, then all your strategic intents will probably fall down through those holes. So we saw that with regards to mental and emotional support, people avoid politicking and backstabbing as ways to get things done. One of our biggest challenges in Nigeria and across Africa. Also too, this is a psychologically and an emotionally healthy place to work. Those comments around you are paid to do the job, just get it done, are comments of the old, better ways exist in this day and age. Like we say, a good place to work, employee work is it's a gift work, it's not a commodity. That you begin to basically trade with it, is being able to provide values around what employees do to the organization. Around sense of purpose, our highest statements were, I'm proud to tell people that I work here. Great workplaces have great pride in saying that they work in these organizations. So kudos to the teams or different teams around great workplaces being able to create great sense of pride. When employees have great sense of pride in what they do, then they are able to better engage your customers and provide the needed support in terms of achieving more returns on those sales. When I look at what we accomplished, I feel a sense of pride, also one of those elements that we see. In terms of personal support, management keeps me informed about issues and changes. Like I mentioned earlier, for some companies, especially non-great workplaces, being kept informed, low in scores around those areas. Management is approachable. Those areas, some of those places where we see challenges. Management involves people in decisions that affect their job is something that we want to be able to see more. But because we see that employees are crying out for more responsibility in the workspace, being able to give them more responsibility and to achieve those goals and objectives makes them feel they're part of the organization and they belong to achieve those objectives in an environment of trust. Financial health is also around our scores. The highest scores was management is honest and ethical in its business practices. Promotion goes to those who deserve them, and I feel I receive a fair share of profits made by the organization, some of the challenges that we see. But like we always say, it's always a communication game around salaries. There's always a communication game around profit share, so that employees have a better understanding of what the position is for the organization. With regards to meaningful connections, our highest scores were when you join the organization, you're made to feel welcome. People are treated fairly regardless of their gender. Management recognizes honest mistakes as part of doing business. Employees would need to make some honest mistakes for us to be innovative. Employees would need to make some honest mistakes. And so we see for great workplaces, they have this as an opportunity for learning. To say, okay, this is a mistake has been made. How can we learn from it so that we can move forward? So they begin to document those mistakes with a view to hopefully being able to correct those mistakes as we go along. So we did analysis over a 4-year period. I look at those 5 drivers of employee well-being. I think this graph next on this slide provides a better understanding. It will seem that even amongst great workplaces, employee perceptions are dipping. Post-COVID, where it was lower to where it was around 2022, 2023, we begin to see a slight dip around employees' perceptions. I know the last 1 year in Nigeria has been generally quite challenging for organizations. Probably the reasons behind that dip, but something that we need to look at to ensure that this goes higher, not dip from where it was 2 years ago. And so basically with our findings, we see that our highest findings was a sense of purpose, employees having great sense of pride, but the biggest opportunities for growth around mental and financial, emotional support, financial health. These are just scores and what they imply. We see in terms of a comparative analysis that the gap between mental health and financial support suggests that stress related to pay fairness may be affecting well-being. We know what has happened last year and in Nigeria, so I probably imagine that's one of the reasons why it's impacting. But invariably, it affects mental health, employee well-being, where you're not able to meet those basic objectives in terms of even, there's somebody, I think it was the former Minister of Information, I think Education, my apologies, that said that when the middle class is beginning to struggle, she used the word that said it's not really very good, right? And so hopefully we are able to take this back also to our various workplaces, to see how we can impact on improving employee mental health through what they take in terms of pay home for their operations. In terms of a correlation, we see correlations between personal support and employee retention. Employee retention, like I mentioned, with perceived managerial support, may be less likely to stay long term. So you might have a great employee has great levels of pride, but if we don't have support around managerial support, there's a saying that people don't leave organizations, they leave managers. And so being able to have the right support will be necessary for employees, even in these trying times. We see also correlations around employees stay because of purpose, but may leave due to financial dissatisfaction. Fair management decisions are critical factors in engagement and cooperation. Because of time, this is going to be available, so I'm happy to share these slides after this session. Because of time, I'm going to have these quotes. I think the most profound quote I've ever heard with regards to employee engagements, employee wellness, came from Temi Daly from Sterling Bank, where she said, I was given a blank check to create and build an enabling culture that will create the limitless career opportunities for employees, which will in turn impact on the bank's growth and profitability. There are clear indices to say that when employees are better engaged, employees feel a sense of greater levels of employee well-being, that they're most likely to impact positively on the business. We also have one from our dear friends at First Bank, where we say we support mental and physical financial well-being of our employees, as we believe that they are deeply interconnected to their productivity and contributions to the sustainability of the bank. At DHL Group, we deeply care about our people and their health and well-being. Our people come first as we inspire to be a great place to work for all. A number of times we see where a company reports financial growth and they say to us, it's down to our customer strategy. There was a time I think I pointed out to Muyiwa once. I said to Muyiwa, customer strategy is people's strategy, right? So maybe we should begin to say it's down to the people's strategy that we have in place at your organization. At Great Place to Work, we are building a community of great workplaces. And we say, imagine if 50% of organizations in Nigeria are great workplaces. Imagine the number of happier employees and their families. Employees go back home excited about work because they're happy at work. They go back home and there's peace at home. Imagine the number of healthier breadwinners. Imagine the improved quality of life. Imagine the levels of employee satisfaction. Even also imagine the Nigerian economy. I would imagine if we have employees that are happy at work, where it's impacting on productivity, all of that invariably will impact on the economy. And so there is a clarion call this morning to the people in this room to say that it's a charge for us that we build and improve our employee well-being. And so it's beyond just the fun of it or making them feel good. We have data that points to the fact that your company invariably will be much better. Join us now and become great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause. I'm sure he deserves it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Employees don't leave organizations, they leave managers. Very candid statement. I read a book probably about 17, 18 years ago of a research done in 37,000 US organizations that arrived at the same conclusion. That when people leave, 67, 68% of them leave because of their bosses. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. He said competence is driven by effective implementation, effective execution. I wanted to just take the privilege in introducing our keynote speaker this morning, the distinguished Commissioner, Professor Akin Abayomi. Now, you have a profile of the distinguished professor in the copy of the program that you are holding. And of course, you know that he is a professor of internal medicine. I wanted to just introduce him as the angel from God who helped to lead us through COVID successfully in Lagos. Let us welcome the distinguished professor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me tender my apologies for coming a little bit late. There's so much happening at the same time. One has to try and multitask in multiple physical and digital dimensions. I think that the protocol has been well established, and I think we're running behind time. So let me just thank all of you for not only setting up this conference, but also inviting me to come and share some perspectives with you. And I can see my colleague right at the back, Larry Odushote, who the former commissioner for energy, who made sure that I attended this conference. Now I have a confession. The theme of this conference totally bamboozled me. And why is that? Because I normally like to think in the mind of the person that is developing the thematic paradigm of the conference and try and understand exactly what they're trying to say or what they're trying to get across. And I examined what we are doing in the public service. I reflected deeply on my own experience in private sector and academia. And all I can say is that as an individual, I am a victim of substandard or suboptimal well-being profiling of the workspace. And so this conference is very germane because it's not something, it's one of those softer topics that we don't particularly pay attention to, and yet we expect our staff to be super productive. I wrote and I developed 2 presentations. I did one and I put that aside. And then I started another one last night. And this morning, I'm putting it aside. And as I was listening to the previous speaker, I realized how complex this topic is. And so I'm going to just touch on a few subjects, and I'm not going to use any slides because I want to have a conversation. And one of the important things that jumps out at us when we reflect on the well-being of the employee is that sense of belonging. Am I just, one of the employees, or do I belong in this system? Am I looked upon as a critical member of the ecosystem in which I work? And that doesn't actually depend on your hierarchy within the organization, because everybody plays a very important part. And so if you actually feel a sense of belonging and that you're doing what you really feel you should be doing in that organization, then as they say, when you wake up in the morning, you look forward to going to work because you have a sense of achievement, you have a sense of contribution, you have a sense of dignity and pride. And so when we as government look into this space, there are so many dimensions, but I think you asked me to come here to speak. If I could speak around all the topics that contribute to the holistic sense of well-being in a workspace, we'll be here for a long time. And the presentation we just heard reflected on so many of these dimensions. But health. So your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you are in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job, or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment. I have people that I know very closely that live in Lagos, commute back and forth. Some of them work abroad, and some of them live in Nigeria. Some people live abroad and work in Nigeria. And I often ask some of these people, what is it like when you leave Lagos and you go to some cities where seemingly it is much easier to get around? The answer is always the livability is a key factor to your employability. And the happiness that you enjoy as an individual is key to your performance at work. So this government is working really hard in the area of transportation, in the area of workspace comfort, in the area of regulation, and specifically in the area of health, where recently we passed an executive order that defines the mandatory nature of health insurance for all citizens of Lagos State in compliance with the National Health Insurance Authority Act. We're using that opportunity to regulate the entire health insurance workspace in Lagos, not just around the social health insurance schemes of Ilera Eco that we keep promoting for Lagosians, but the law now says that everybody in Lagos and Nigeria, as a matter of fact, must own a social health insurance scheme. We know that in Lagos, there are multiple individuals that own private health insurance. And so how do we create a public-private partnership between Lagos State government and the HMOs and the organizations that are providing these health insurance schemes for our citizens? Not only to make sure that they comply with the law, but that we're able to regulate how health insurance is adjudicated in Lagos. Many people are realizing that the packages that they're procuring don't give them the satisfaction that they want when they need healthcare services. So as a government, we need to get into that space, and we need to make sure that those tiers of insurance that you purchase, first of all, are in compliance with the fact that you need a baseline social health insurance, and that anything other than that is a top-up. But that these top-up insurances all come under a regulatory mechanism whereby we can ensure that the tiers that you are buying actually reflect the type of care that you can get when you need it. So an operational guideline is coming out very soon, which follows the executive order that His Excellency promulgated about 6 months ago around the concept of mandatory nature of health insurance. It's important that employees understand that they must invest in the health of their staff, and that there can't be many hierarchical strata that stigmatize between different workforce grades, and that there's only one standard of healthcare delivery. There is the medical best practices of healthcare. In Lagos, we're trying to avoid healthcare for the poor and healthcare for the rich. There's a standard of care. And whether you're a low-tier employee or whether you're a top executive, everybody deserves the standard of care. And that's what we're trying to do as a government in Lagos, to make sure that everybody has access to universal healthcare coverage, and that the workspace is not only conducive to your productivity, but it enhances your well-being and your welfare and your happiness as an individual, knowing full well that you're contributing to society and you're looking forward to performing your task as an employee. And so, as a government, I've had, as a critical member of cabinet in terms of the health, I reflect on the COVID era and look very critically at what transpired. It seemed like a haze to many of us now, but during COVID, it was a time when I had to put my hat to the side as a public health specialist and realize that I was a member of cabinet whose main function was to ensure the health of the Lagos state economy. And so we could have come out with all the heavy-handed public health strategies. We could have said, oh, we must ensure that everybody with COVID is isolated, and that if you're this, you can't do that, and we need to lock down to do this and to reduce the transmissibility of this dangerous pathogen. But we soon realized, or I realized very quickly, that my role in government was not necessarily around public health efficiency and public health principles. My role in government was to make sure that the economy of Lagos was healthy. And so I had to relax on the public health principles to give Lagos the space to breathe economically, and at the same time balance the public health initiatives that were trying to contain the importation of the virus and the communal spread to our citizens. It was a steep learning curve, and I think that's one of the reasons why Lagos did so well, because we were able to find that balance between public health and economic health to make sure that the city of Lagos was able to continue to breathe economically, because the collateral damage of a heavy-handed public health response was actually going to be more severe than the consequence of COVID itself. And so these are the kinds of situations that a flexible government, a government that's dynamic, a government that understands the pulse of the city, is able to make under such difficult situations. And so now we as Lagos, we realize that something is happening in Lagos. We realize that there's a pulse out there that we can feel, particularly around the Christmas period, when we talk about this massive influx of people. We talk about London, Paris, Milan, New York. Everybody's adding Lagos to that concept. So Lagos is becoming an international cosmopolitan city. And so as government and as private sector, we need to come together. And I think that this conference is actually very poignant in that regard. It has made me think deeply, and I want to thank the organizers, because up till now, I haven't really reflected so much on this area of the welfare of the workspace and the well-being of our employees, because we're focusing on so many issues, crises. Every day there's something new in Lagos. But if we're going to become a globally competitive megacity, and according to the Lagos 2052 Lagos State Development Plan, which is a 30-year development plan, I think Lagos is the only governed space in Africa that has a 30-year development plan. One of our targets is to become the model megacity of Africa. The city that has one of the highest levels of comfort and livability. A city whose GDP is on the constant rise. A city where there is security, where there is ease of commuting, where there is security of health, of power, of water, of recreation, where our kids and our families can prosper and feel comfortable. And so it's a multi-dimensional approach, and government has a very significant role to play here in terms of policies, guidelines, and legislations. And so I'm going to take the messages from here. In fact, I've pushed my manifest further down by 2 hours because I looked at your program and I felt that I needed to really listen to some of the concepts that are going to be presented here. So as you thought I was going to come here and impart to you, well, the good news that I'm going to impart to you is that I'm here with listening ears. I'm here to actually take something away from this conference and start to promote more attention towards the welfare and the well-being of our workspace, the comfort, the flexibility. We know that we are a gender-balanced government. We have a he for she executive. Our cabinet is very well balanced across the genders. We have programs around disability. We have programs around domestic violence. We have programs around wellness of mental alacrity. We're building infrastructure that deal with these kinds of issues. We're working around the clock in the sectors of health, transportation, agriculture. In the agricultural sector, we're building a massive food security hub between Ikorodu and Ekpe to make sure that Lagos, which is not an agricultural environment, is able to take advantage of its expertise, both in the business sector, in the private sector, and the academia, working alongside government to make sure that we can harness food security, bring in food from different parts of Nigeria, from different parts of West Africa, and add value to ensure that we have a constant supply of food and a constant price towards the acquisition of food materials for our citizens. And so, multimodal transport systems over water, rail, road, expanded rail systems, air. We're trying to build a second airport on the Lekki axis. Lagos is expanding by the second. And sometimes we are the victims of our own success, as we find now that the attractive commercial environment of Lagos is ensuring that there is a constant inbound migration of people seeking the lights, the splendor, and the commerce of Lagos State, seemingly the security of a megacity. And so, once again, I really applaud the organizers. You have given me a lot of time to reflect. Normally, it doesn't take me this long to present or prepare a presentation. I did two. I didn't present any of them because I felt that, you know, I hadn't really spent enough time trying to understand the concept of what we're discussing here today. So I'm here really on a learning curve myself. I really enjoyed the first presentation. I have my notes. I have our own idea of what government is trying to do. I think Lagos State is doing quite well, but we're not there yet. If we're going to achieve in 30 years, taking Lagos to be the model megacity of Africa, to be able to compete globally. When we talk about Lagos, we should be talking about Lagos synonymously with Hong Kong or Singapore or any of those great megacities around the world, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, where life is easy, where people are happy, where the individual has security around their family, has security to get to work, feels a sense of achievement and belonging, and where the government ensures that nobody is left behind, working hand in hand with the private sector. And I just want to say that we keep talking about the success of COVID in Lagos. And I'm not sure if everyone realizes what a significant role the private sector played in Lagos' success. As from the moment of the index case through the first wave, our numbers started to exponentially rise, way beyond the capacity of the public sector to manage. And if it wasn't for the deep collaboration between government and private sector, which escalated our ability to diagnose, our ability to contain, our ability to move people around, the logistics, the supply chains, the communication, all of that was supported by the incredible minds that we have in Lagos State. We set up multiple think tanks, which ensured that we had the sharpest minds in Lagos contributing to the Lagos State COVID-19 response. I personally was extremely proud of Lagos and Nigeria as a flag bearer of the ability to rise to such a challenge that was about to threaten both the economy and the lives of our citizens. It was a pleasure being part of the COVID response, but I want to say that the COVID response in Lagos had a huge and dramatic input from the private sector. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for this wonderful topic that you've chosen for this conference. Regards from the cabinet and regards from His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Commissioner for the Lagos State Ministry of Health for that brilliant presentation, that brilliant keynote address, and thank you for all the work that you've done, all the work you've been doing, and thank you for saving us from COVID-19. Also, I'd like us to, as we proceed, I'm sure everyone here would agree that we learned a lot from that presentation, and just the fact that you had mentioned that you did not one, not two, and then you came today to finally give us a completely different keynote address because you valued us so much, and we truly, really appreciate you. Please, I'd like us to please get up and please put our hands together respectfully for the Honorable Commissioner for the Lagos State Ministry of Health, Professor Akin Abayomi. Thank you very much, sir. Today we'll be having lots and lots of interesting conversation here, and Our first panel today will be speaking on designing wellness programs that work and lessons from great workplaces. And on this panel, we've got some truly brilliant professionals, and I'll be calling them in no particular order today. I'll be calling on the head of Human Resource Department at FSDH Merchant Bank. Please put your hands together as she comes up. Thank you very much. Her name is Olubukola Lanipekun Lawal. Also, the Director for Organization and Human Resources at Lafarge Africa, Bemiga Owolabi. Please put your hands together as he comes up. Also on this panel, we've got Olanike Martins, the Chief People Officer at Premium Trust Bank. Please put your hands together for her. We also have Senior Consultant at Philips Consulting Limited, Tracy Afolabi Johnson. And to moderate this panel, we have the Group Head for Human Capital Management and Development at First Bank, Mr. Olumuyiwa D. Olulaja. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the MC. Good morning to everyone. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. Thank you so much again to the organizers of this conference. Thanks for choosing all of us a little bit to speak at least on this topic. I won't be speaking. I will be moderating a little bit this first panel. But most importantly, let me appreciate the Business Day, for putting this together. Again, in partnership with Great Place to Work and Philip Consulting and a few others as well that supported all of these efforts. Clearly, I have benefited a little bit from the presentation made earlier by Fred, rather. And I also like a little bit some of the insights that he also threw and is into it. But let me also appreciate the Commissioner of Health in Lagos State, Mr. COVID himself, because again, for the huge response that will be at that particular point in time. If he hadn't been returned again, it'll be for the second time, perhaps maybe Lagos will have gone. That is a political statement, but again, I think it's just important to mention that. Let me also acknowledge the fact that you chose a little bit to stay behind even after your keynote address. Please, a round of applause a little bit to the Prof. It's quite unusual to have such level of humility a little bit demonstrated by government functionaries, particularly after delivering a little bit their presentation, to the extent that they want to also listen a little bit to the private sector, so that you can take that back again a little bit to the cabinet. I think that deserves a little bit another commendation. So a round of applause a little bit to the Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Personally, I have benefited a little bit from all of the presentation. I benefited a little bit from Fred's presentation. And again, particularly Prof. a little bit that did two presentations and didn't even refer a little bit to the presentation. I ended up a little bit speaking a little bit from the ads. I think it was very brilliant a little bit delivery for me. I think that was really good. But before going into the session, I don't know what the publisher of Business Day has been using. I've known him a little bit from afar and over the last 20 years. It looks the same. I don't know how many of you agree with me. So whatever it is, maybe there will be an opportunity a little bit for you to come and share with us, particularly some of us that are especially endowed, so that we can also key into such recipe. But again, thank you so much. So we get a little into it very quickly. Again, we have a little bit distinguished panel members that have already been introduced. But before we get into the questions, I'd just like to mention one or two things about First Bank, where I represent today. Interestingly, last year we won a little bit legendary award. Having been a great workplace and been for 5 consecutive years. I think First Bank deserves a round of applause if you do not mind. It's not easy. Again, we listened a little to Fred earlier. If you know the kind of number that we have in First Bank, you will acknowledge it really. In terms of FTE alone, we have excess of 8,000. So that is exclusively non-FTEs. So you can then, you can connect the dots, particularly for the HR professional that we have in the room, that will have a little bit over 8,000, full-time employees, and yet for back-to-back 5 years consecutive, you are, accorded a little bit great workplace is really not a joke. It's a whole lot of work. But having said that, looking at the program of event today and the theme of this event, I think it's important to also acknowledge that there will be few things that we do. We're extremely passionate about employee well-being. Extremely passionate about that. I won't bore you with so much, but again, I'll just drop a few tips before we get into the presentation proper, so that we can also benefit a little bit from our panel members that we have here today. I joined the bank 13 years ago, and I met a clinic sitting at least in that office. I don't know how many organizations have such. So I have a medical doctor. He's on my payroll at the full-time, and he's been at least on that payroll at the for over 25 years. That was before I joined the bank. So, but aside that, if you look at what happened post-COVID, it wasn't so fashionable pre-COVID to hear about mental health, right? Particularly in the workplace, particularly when you then look at the workforce demographics that we're dealing with today. Jen says, before you push them a little bit in terms of work pressure, they talk about, it's affecting my work, my mental health, isn't it? Or you can't relate to that. So they get into the bathroom and they are like almost teary high and the rest of them. And even you as the HR manager, you are now cross-relating between productivity, performance, and also managing mental health of individual. You are wondering whether maybe you are doing what is right or not. Again, we have significantly elevated a little bit this particular initiative. We have a robust program around wellness program that caters to the needs of all the 8,000 staff, over 8,000 staff that we have in the bank. Beyond that, their spouses and children up to maximum of 4. And again, I kid you not, that's what we do. So we have big budgets, medical spend, to cater to our employee wellness. And why do we do this? We have one mantra. A healthy workforce is a productive workforce. When you get into any of our First Bank locations, if you mention that, people can connect with it. Because we notice clearly that you cannot drive performance or productivity when you don't have a healthy workforce. And that again, give me so much joy when Prof was speaking earlier, that his responsibility is to remove his hat as a professor of internal medicine and begin to look at the health and the wellness of Lagosians, which is a much more broader scope. So once again, thank you so much, Prof. Alibi, for dropping that. And I'm trusting that you'll be able to benefit a little bit from the private sector. So let's get into it. So to the distinguished panel members here, and I will start with my first question with, just give me a couple of minutes so that I do not direct questioning inappropriately to individuals. So my first question, we go to the correct. That is Mr. Benga Owolabi, and who is the organization and human resources director for Lafarge. So I will start with my question. What are the key elements that makes a wellness program truly effective?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for the audience. It's great being here. Since it started with a bragging right of, but I'm not going to go into the full story, but just to note that Lafarge Africa PLC is also a great place to work. They're certified, okay? So, but look, yeah, great theme that the organizers have raised, because sometimes we tend to forget the intangible part of employee satisfaction, or especially during the life cycle. But it's very key. And that's why you see most of the Gen Z talks about mental health. I don't know whether you get that in your office. You pass by and somebody is saying, look, this job is affecting my mental health, all sorts of things. But it starts from the purpose, and I think Tamiri talked about it, in the sense that when you want to design a well-being program, you need to also start taking into consideration that, look, what is the purpose of the organization itself? Because employees have to be able to speak to the purpose of the organization and say, look, this is something that I'm used to. This is a place where I want to be, where you start. In Lafarge, we talked about building progress for people and the planet. So, and it also gets linked to the trust index of the organization. Because if you say you are building progress for the people and the planet, let's leave people for the meantime, but let's say the planet, and your production plants are producing dust into the environment, and they don't see you stopping it, whether it's going to be a loss, they will never connect to your organization, because whatever you say, they say, look, you say you're protecting the planet, but we are putting dust into the atmosphere. And we've seen that where we shut down one of our plants in Ewekoro for 6 months, because we said, look, this is above the standard, the threshold that even not Nigeria, it was still below Nigeria threshold, but what the group actually asked us to operate with. So it has to be something that is related to the purpose of the organization. And of course, you have to define the goals. Why do you really want to do this? Why do I need it? We started something before we came to Great Place to Work to say, look, come and check. Let's check whether, come and do your survey and see whether our employees can actually connect to this organization. So it was a well-laid plan in terms of what's the goals, what are we actually looking at that we wanted to achieve. The second one is about leadership support, which is very critical, because no matter what you want to do, if you don't get leadership support, and when I talk about leadership support, I'm not talking about the CEO or the ESCO members, but also the line managers in the place. Because HR can design whatever beautiful best practices all over the world, and then the line manager messes it up. The line manager doesn't want you to run an hybrid, which you have designed. The line manager that doesn't want you to go and attend a fitness session. The line manager doesn't want to give you time to even have a work-life balance, so they can actually spoil it for you. So leadership support is very critical in getting it done. Now, the other bit of it is also about the program itself. You can design and say, look, what do I want to focus on? You just take one part of well-being and say, look, that works. And I think so Tamiri talked about it, when he said that, look, even if you have a well-laid plan, okay, you're doing everything when it comes to your employees' emotional being, mental health beings, but then the composition, the financial part of it is terrible. There's not going to be any connection to it. So when you're designing the plan, you need to take into consideration all these elements. And that is why most of the time when we go through engagement survey, you see some of those questions. People don't know that they interconnect to each other. You can't be seeing this and saying, okay, you also, and it is worse here, and you are getting a higher score here, because it's employees, and you're looking at the perception of what is happening in the organization. So physical, emotional, mental, financial, even social well-being. What's your plan? How do you design it so that they interconnect with each other? The other bit of it is, who do you actually develop these things for? Do you develop it for them, or you develop it with them? Because when you start a program that the employees doesn't connect to, it's absolute waste of money. I used to work in my previous life before joining Lafarge, and in my office, I look down at the courtyard and I see people, doing fitness sessions. And we used to spend almost about 400,000 naira every month, which is significant then. But, we started with maybe 40 people, then it started dwindling to 5 people, because people are just not connecting to what you want to do. So it has to be something that the employees themselves are the ones that you design them with. You understand? They will come up with their own different ideas. But how do I get it to work? Because at the end of the day, you also need to start measuring. Do you want to measure retention because you started something?
I'm sure you will get to measure it. Thank you so much. You have so much and be loaded. Thank you so much.
Let me just finish this one. Sorry to have cut you up. And I think it's also about the measurement. That's just my last point on the measurement. You have to use data to measure it, and that's why, my, recommendation is always go and get an external body to run a survey, so that people can actually tell you the truth about what is happening, and then you use the data to know whether it is working or what do you need to change and improve. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much, baby girl. Thank you so much. You deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I'll go straight a little bit to Olanike Martins. Thank you. So again, my second question a little bit to you is, how did your organization identify the right wellness initiatives to implement? How were you able to do that?
Thank you so much, Miwa. And we may not have the bragging right of First Bank and Lafarge. We started about 3 years ago, Premium Trust Bank, and we're glad to say that a second year of operations, we got certified at the Great Place to Work, Platinum category, and we're so proud of it. And it's just a testament of the work that's been done. And I'll jump in where Benga stopped and said, you have to build it with them. It's actually with them. And how do we start this? Wellness is encompassing. Wellness is very personal. I can't build a wellness initiative for you. You have to build it with me. And that's why we use what we call the EIP approach, employee involvement and participation. This comes with our 4 phases. And the first phase is we will have what we call the wellness risk assessment. I want to know what is about your health life, your financial disposition, what is your psychological state. And so we develop an evaluation tool that enables us to gather that data. Then we don't stop at that data, we probe further. So we come up with an holistic survey, and the survey covers the total well-being of our employees. And we ask simple questions like, do you have a best friend at work? Because it matters. The emotional state of an employee matters. The social strata of an employee matters. And that helps us to build the initiatives. So we just don't stop at building, then we measure. Just like Benga said, it's very important. We have what we call wellness goals. So you start with your individualized wellness goal, which we now put together.
I'll come to measurements.
To measurements. And so it's very important. And finally, wellness is beyond initiative. Wellness is a culture. So we weave it into our daily lives. We have things like you have daily stretches on your desk. We have Wednesday wellness tips that we tell you, communication about wellness. We let you know what is going on within the public space. So thank you to our Noble Commissioner. It's nice having you here, sir. So as you push out this information, and I think more information needs to go out to HR people so they can get their people aware what's going on out there. Because everybody needs wellness education. And you need to know that wellness just is beyond health. It's also financial. So when Otame was talking about how is our paycheck, I can probably say our paycheck is good because it's part of the strategy of the organization. Because if you don't have your people have that sense of wellness, sense of well-being, that platform to be the best of themselves, then how will you be productive? So I will leave Benga to take that to the next question. Thank you.
Excellent response. Thank you so much. Can you give a round of applause? You can see that the panel members are really fired up. Thank you so much. Now, I'll go straight a little bit to the top panelist. That's the Olupo. And I ask this question. What roles does leadership play in creating a culture of well-being in your organization?
Thank you, Miwa.
What's the role of leadership there?
Thank you. Thank you, Miwa. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. So leadership. Of course, the role of leadership is critical. It's pivotal to organization well-being. And I will speak, I don't have bragging rights. We don't have bragging rights, right? But one thing I will say is FSH has been in existence for over 30 years. And there are some, initiatives that the owners of the business thought necessary and we still have in place till now. So I think you should clap for FSDH. Thank you very much. So talking about the place of leadership, leadership is pivotal to organizational well-being because leadership sets the tone at the top and gives direction. Now, if the leadership in any organization does not see wellness to be important, it will not happen in any organization. And also, if leadership deem it fit to have well-being program in the organization and it does not cascade across the different layers of leadership in the organization, it dies at the top. And so it requires commitment, it requires deliberate attempt by the leadership at the top to ensure that well-being and wellness flows through the different status of the organization. And I'm going to share some of the things we've done at FSDH. Now, we thought it necessary, especially post-COVID, we joined Great Place to Work about 2 years ago, and since we joined, we've been certified as a great place to work, an organization that's a great place to work. We thought it necessary to join Great Place to Work, to participate at the time, because we felt there were a lot of things we were doing that was not known, right? And we needed to actually make known what we stand for as an organization. And ever since we joined, we've been certified, and we've been receiving awards at different categories. Now, we felt that beyond setting KPIs, like was mentioned earlier, beyond profitability and ensuring that the numbers are actually growing as expected by the shareholders of the business, the people that are going to ensure those numbers happen must be connected to the goal set and must actually have presence of mind to deliver on the numbers. And for us to do that, we must look at not just the physical well-being, so you're able to provide means of transportation for your employees to get to work, but you must also look at their emotional well-being, look at their psychological well-being. The financial well-being is also important. And so we began to introduce different initiatives within the organization to ensure that the employees are engaged, to ensure that they are present at work, to ensure that they are connected. Especially, like I said, since COVID, we still operate to some extent the hybrid work culture. And so we're not always all present at work at the same time. And because of that, we must stay connected whilst we're not at work. So whilst our employees at work, they're connected. Whilst they're working remotely, we're connected. So we have periodic employee engagement programs that ensure that, everybody's connected, whether you're physically present or you're remotely connected. We are all listening to the same thing. We are all sharing in the joy of working together. And we see, the importance of working together in the same workplace. Some of the other things that we've done at FSDH, which have been promoted by our leaders at the leadership, and everybody is holding on to it, is we ensure that the regular improvement of learning of leaders to understand what wellness means and why it is important for them to promote it within their within their teams, their own teams, or areas of influence, or areas of leadership. They're promoting wellness. So for example, I think it was sorry, you mentioned earlier, Director of Lafa Bimbo, that was saying that, ensuring and allowing the employees to take their time when necessary. So we're looking at leave management, leave utilization. You want to go and attend to, something came up in your family, you need to go and attend to, because the truth is, and as an employee that is mentally sound, that can be productive. If an employee has need not to be at work, and as a team lead, you are insisting that that employee should come, the employee will be physically present, but the sense of presence is not there, sense of mind is not there, and it's not able to deliver on whatever it is you might have saddled that employee with. So training of leaders is also important. We also established that for them to appreciate what well-being of our people mean. And we've seen our leaders, across different layers, right, appreciating the importance of the well-being of our people and ensuring that they give the necessary support to all the programs that we've put in place. Now, beyond us having engagement programs, beyond ensuring that we train up the leaders of different levels and even the upcoming leaders, because one thing is for you to be a follower today, you must also understand what leadership means. So when you get to that role, you are able to give the necessary support also to your team members that are coming up after you. The other side of things that we also do is we also ensure that there's continuity, because well-being and wellness of the organization is evolving. It's not static. So you must always, we're looking for new ways on periodic basis to ensure that we are not just holding on to what we did last year. I mean, we have different programs lined up this year to ensure that from the level of leadership, from the HR point of view, we presented to leaders, to our leadership, and leadership has already embraced it, and we're communicating that and ensuring that that goes.
Thank you so much.
That's
Thank
go
you.
on. Thanks, yeah.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. Please, let's give her a round of applause. You can see that the panel members are really, really fired up. Thank you so much. We still have loads of questions, and that we enable you and drill further down and be on that first question. So, from consulting perspective, because again, that is the only consultant that we have among the panel members. And if you also, the panelist number 1, that's Bemiga, as well as panelist number 2, Olani, can be alluded to the fact that you don't create this initiative for employees, but you create it with them. So my question to you, Tracy, is how do you ensure that wellness initiative align with employees' actual need, not something that you just bring out and be from a sling or from HR literature, or based on the fact that, Lafarge does it, First Bank does it, or FXCH, they do it and the rest of them. So how do you ensure that this initiative around wellness truly connects to the needs and the of the people? From consulting perspective, please educate us.
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. It's a delight and honor to be here. This is a very important question. And one of the mistakes that we've seen organizations make is designing wellness initiatives from the boardroom. And when I say from the boardroom, with management, without taking in the feedback or input of the employees. In actual sense, when designing wellness initiatives, you should go to the breakout rooms, pardon my terms, go to where we have the employees, connect with them, and this is where the job of HR comes in. How well does HR connect with the people? And then the job is beyond HR. Mr. Otamere, he mentioned something that well-being is both a science and an art. The science being diagnosis, and we do that a lot. We do it in consulting. Beyond consulting, we actually do it in the workplace. That's where surveys come in. You're engaging the employees. What matters to you? What would make you thrive here in the workplace? What would affect your health? You're asking those questions. So that's why I said beyond HR, managers are the people that have more connection also with the employees. Within Philips Consulting, and also when we get to engage our clients, that's the approach we get to take. It starts with engaging with the employees to know what matters to them, to know what would be impactful, what would help them thrive when it comes to their well-being. And when you have that information, you can then work with them to co-create what would help them when it comes to their well-being. We always advise our clients. For example, you might think that free food or gym membership is what will matter to them, but what they're actually looking for might be flexible work, because they want to be able to take care of their needs, they want to adjust their family needs. That might be what will matter to them. You might think that, like I said, it can be free food that you think would help them, but what would matter to them would be something different completely. So it's very important that you engage the employees, because the truth is, employees are the experts of their own needs. If we leave the work environment, let's go to friendships, relationships. If you want to get a gift for someone, you've observed the person, you work with data, you get something that is created to meet the need of the person. It's the same thing in the workplace. Don't take general practice and bring it to the workplace. You need to engage your employees to know what they want, to know what will meet their needs. And when we do that, you can design a holistic program that can address both emotional well-being, financial well-being, social well-being, mental well-being. When we do that, we design a program that is not just well-designed, but is well-received. And when it's well-received by the employees, then it's impactful.
Brilliant response. Thank you so much. Please, can you give her a round of applause, please? So again, we've been told now that we cannot design these, wellness programs that will be from the boardroom. So we have to bring it straight a little bit to the employees who will directly feel the impact. So again, if you go design something a little bit from the management room of the boardroom, what if is repulsive a little bit to the individuals who are supposed to benefit from it? Excellent response. Thank you so much. We have lots of questions here. Again, a little bit the organizers of this event. Please, if you are running out of time, please just kindly draw my ears, because we are really enjoying it. I'm also lost at least in most of those things that they mentioned. let's go to the second round of the question. And here, here is the reason why I was trying to pull you back when you went straight into metrics, because the first question I have for you is metrics. Okay? So which was the reason that I didn't want to go into that metrics. So I will read the question. What key metrics do you think do you use to track the impact of your wellness program in your organization? And I want you to use and be Lafarge as a case study.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
So I'll try and stick to your question. Yeah, look, the main one that we use, because it's quite validated, okay, and it is external, for you to know whether it's actually working is through all the engagement surveys that we've done. In the past 5 years, we've done, I think, almost about 3 Gallup score. We've done engagement survey. We've done Great Place to Work. We partnered with Nigeria to Equal. We're about 17 or 18 companies, multinationals in Nigeria that participated in that survey. We tested ourselves a respectable workplace. And those surveys basically gave us, deep insight into what's actually happening within the organization. And from there, we can start planning as to how do we address it. And it stems from, do you have your line manager or your colleague, caring about you in the workplace? Do you have a friend in the workplace? Because you can imagine, somebody doesn't even want to go to work. You wake up and then you think, oh, I'm going to that work. Nobody's going to talk to me when I get to work. All those little things, questions that connect to the overall satisfaction level of the organization is essentially what we use. So that one is there, and it's very comprehensive. It can give you something. But then there are also other metrics too. Productivity, okay, so what are we doing in terms of performance of the business itself? Because it's also very critical for you to be able to wrap a story around it. Like, you don't want your CEO to say, look, we've achieved this as much, and it was done through our strategy, our commercial strategy. No, it is about the people. It's because there's all these little connecting dots that made it possible for the people to actually perform. We say if you want to win in the marketplace, you first of all need to go and win in the workplace first, right? So if your people are not happy, if they're not satisfied, they are going to go to your customer and start fighting with them anyway. The third one is the participation rate also in the programs itself, individual programs. How has it been marketed to people? Because one of the things that organizations do very well is to go out and market products, but they don't look inside and say, look, how do I market this program to these people? We talk about, okay, I want to do hybrid. Have we marketed it right? Not only to the employee, but also to the line manager, because the line manager can also mess it up and make it not work. So have we marketed it right? What's the retention of that particular program over a number of years? Is it dwindling? Do I need to change and start going to do another thing? Then, of course, all the health stuff that comes through, all the stress surveys that you do through your employee assistance program, all those metrics comes out to show whether you're actually on the right progress, or it is something that you need to take a step back and say, look, okay, well, I need to change this because it's actually not working and it's not satisfying.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello
and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our economy and our nation at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we will be exploring the importance of the informal sector to sub-Saharan Africa and why it should be a focus point. Sub-Saharan Africa is a region of the African continent that lies south of the Sahara, comprising the Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and West Africa. Countries within this region, including Nigeria, face and share peculiar challenges, amongst which are economic instability, poor healthcare delivery, environmental degradation, political instability and governance, conflict and displacement, infrastructural deficiencies, high level illiteracy, etc. So many of these challenges. But aside from these challenges, the majority of the population in this region fall within the informal economy, lacking access to finance and trade facilitation, a situation that continues to worsen their level of poverty. Yet, people in this category constitute nearly 80% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa. In our big story today, we focus on why governments in this region should focus and prioritize the development of the informal sector. And to discuss this with me this morning, we've got joining us Mr. Oluwatobi Oja-Bello, BusinessDay senior analyst. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Right. Let me start by asking you to sort of lay a foundation for us this morning. For the sake of our audience, what really constitutes the informal sector in an economy, and why is it called the informal sector?
Thank you very much. You see, when we talk about informal sector, we are talking about an unregulated, unofficial market. Economic activities that are not officially regulated by government or protected by government, such activities are classified as informal. So people call them informal because that economy or sector does not operate in the legal framework or any institutions. They are not guided by any laws. They are not registered. So they don't have any contractual terms. So that is why people call them informal economy. So in my own research, I call it overlooked economy. An economy that government did not recognize. So that is just the basic conceptual meaning of informal sector and economy. And when you look at it critically, informal sector people constitutes more than 90% of employment. You understand? Now, a sector that employ, according to International Labour Organization, that sector employed around 94.6% of Nigerian population. And in sub-Saharan Africa, on average, over 80% employment in sub-Saharan Africa. But unfortunately, these markets have been overlooked by the government. And whenever government make policy, they consider only 5.6%. Those people that falls in the formal sector. Then what happens to those people that falls in informal? They bear the brunt of any government policy. Thank you.
So what are some of these jobs that we can find in the informal sector?
Yes, there are categories of jobs in the informal sector. So the vendors, the artisans, the cart pushers. No, I don't know if you know a place in Lagos they called Okeani in Lagos where they sell clothes.
I've heard of it.
Right, of a particular place in Yaba where they sell clothes.
Yes.
All these constitute the Tegro Show constitute informal sector. Now, when you go to Ladipo where they sell parts, that's informal sector. Now, when you go to Onitsha, the core market in Onitsha where you see people buying, selling there in the market, informal sector.
Okay.
So the bar when you go to K2, where the pepper seller are, the meat seller are, that's informal sector. So and some transport when you are going down, you see park, you board the bus, and so all this makes an informal sector.
All right. So what we see in the sub-Saharan countries is a greater percentage of the population actually playing in the informal sector segment. Is there a reason why? Is there something that we can trace to the reason why this is so?
Yes. It is either you work in formal or informal. You cannot be in between. Someone asked me a question, was it not 3 days ago? Why, based on an article that I wrote. Ojabelo, what do you really mean by informal? What of a full housewife? What sector can you categorize a full housewife?
That should be informal.
I told the person it's informal. You now ask me, what makes informal? Is there any rules, regulations? Is there any contractual terms? Full housewife. So when we look at it technically, we look at the sector. Why do people move to informal ahead of formal? Because of accessibility. That's just major factor that distinguish formal and informal. To get being employed in BusinessDay, you have to follow the normal procedure. Firstly, you apply, send your CV with your credentials to prove to them you have the capacity to work. But in the informal sector, I don't need to send any CV. I can just wake up one day and go to where they are selling food. That place, can I help you to wash your plate? So when because I need to survive. We call it economic of survival, informal sector. Okay, if you can wash my plate, you are going to work with us for 7 hours. So we pay you 3,500 naira per day. You want to survive. You get it? So as a result, because you don't have any certification, but it is just accessibility. I can work. It does not require any technical education. I don't need to know how to speak English. Once I can just communicate in such a way that you will understand. They don't measure the way I dress. Once I'm not constituting nuisance with the way I dress, so I will be employed. In BusinessDay, I cannot just come one day and put on a boxer. I cannot come and put on a short. But in some informal sector, all dressing codes are allowed. So far, it is not repugnant to the public hearing or to the owner of the business. So as a result of that, all these factors attract a lot of people to go to that sector.
And that's what has attracted so many people in the sub-Saharan Africa to that sector.
Exactly.
All right. Now, we also know that a larger percentage of populations in sub-Saharan African countries fall, just like you said, within the sector. But the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the smaller percentage of the formal sector.
Okay.
I don't know if you agree with that. And it will seem ironical because if they have this accessibility, if it has this much, perks to it, why do we see then that the people with the wealth, the more wealthy ones, happen to be the ones in the formal sector? You might disagree with that. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, but that is what we call in economics. That's what we call paradox of wealth concentration. It sounds ironical, but when you look at it, you cannot be better than a producer.
Okay, explain.
Yes, a retailer cannot be better than Dangote that produces. So informal sector, people that operate in informal sector depends on the production at the formal sector. Now, the formal sector have access to capital, access to advanced technology they are going to use in production. Majority of people that works in informal sector are majority the retailers. Why you see some wholesalers there? They are not producers. Although we may have some entity that are not registered that produce. But what are the percentage of those people that does not produce in informal? They are like 75% according to the recent analysis of Money Points.
Okay.
So there is no way the wealth will not be concentrated. In BusinessDay, for example, We have vendors that dispatch our papers.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The papers are produced in business day. It's just that those vendors that go from one place to the other to sell those papers, can they be better than the owner of business?
Absolutely not.
So it means wealth are concentrated in the hands of the few. Informal depends on formal to take resources from the formal and distribute.
That's capitalism.
That's nonsense.
All right, and also tell us why you think why we seem to be struggling. You know, like Nigeria. We use Nigeria as an example of a reflection of the struggle of the informal sector. How can we bridge this gap? Because what you mentioned is the fact that you can't be better than the producer.
Entirely.
So how do we bridge this gap? Because if we have more people, because at the end of the day, what this leads us to is we see that we are falling into deeper levels of poverty.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. You see, when you look at in Ghana, and you look at what is happening in Togo, you look at what is happening in Zimbabwe, what is happening in Zambia. Now you will see what's happening in South Africa. Majority of youth falls in the informal sector, and these people that falls in the informal sector majority are falls within the age of 18 to 34. Right. And these people are not happy. Why? Because when government make policy, the policy affect the sector. But government did not make policy that lift the operators in that sector. Now, there was an article I wrote. I found a statement on X Andrew. The woman said, when price goes up, I buy less.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the rent, my house rent, remain the same. Who will help me to augment that? My children's school fee remain the same. Who will do that for me? Where I used to sell my poco goods, the rent increases. Who will do that for me? But government policy come in terms of macroeconomic policy. They come with fiscal policy telling you government expenditure and government tax. That's why you see people in Nigeria, they are not happy. People are shouting, what is going on? If you like, let's just do means and ways. Even if the GDP increases, I don't care. What I care is to put food on my table. So how can you be telling me statistical indices that does not improve my life? So when you say you want to bridge gap between the formal and the informal, you can bridge the gap. Yes, it is possible to bridge the gap, but we are not bridging the gap to make informal to be formal. The only thing is that we regularize and we plan for those people that are there, so that if government policy shocks come, they could survive.
And how do we regularize?
Thank you very much. You see, I wrote a paper in 2016. Then I was going for a program at Quebec.
Okay.
So yeah, in Montreal, in Canada. So I wrote, the title of that research paper was Tax Spend, Spend Tax.
Okay. Tax spend?
Tax spend.
Spend tax.
Spend tax.
Cool.
Fiscal neutrality and fiscal synchronization. Now, what does that mean? It means government revenue depends on government expenditure. Government expenditure depends on government revenue. Both government expenditure and revenue have to come together to achieve stability, and both can operate in an isolation. That's just what the topic is all about. So among my recommendation at the end of that study, not to waste our time, but government need to capture the informal sector.
Okay.
Although there's some opposition to the informal sector, such as Operation Mutuzvina in Zimbabwe 2005. He said, get rid of the trash.
And what's the trash?
The trash informal sector. So instead of government to use a policy that will soften, improve the life of those people, they come with a rigid policy. All in the sake of wants to clean the environment. So in that my write-up, I classify informal sector into three.
Okay.
We have the large, we have the medium, and we have the small.
Small, okay.
Large can be classified as the importer and exporter who at Alaba. Those people who sell clothes at Okeari. I will not mention the name of one Alaja there. I think it was in 2018 when I helped her to do store count. Elizabeth, can you guess the value of our stock?
I know it's going to billions.
It's billions.
Because I know that the ones in Lagos market. Those ones are
just billions.
Literally
Just billions. You know, when I look at it, say, okay, when government classify this, these people will not come. Government need to incentivize them to register.
Okay.
So you have to let them see the basis of registering.
Registering for what?
To formalize.
Okay.
So that is the only way we can bridge that gap is to formalize the informal sector.
Okay.
And how do you formalize the informal sector? The first thing is categorization. Someone that is selling noodles.
You were going to actually categorize them. You have started with the first one, the large one.
I'm going.
Okay.
Someone that is selling noodles on your street. Buy one pack of noodles, 8,500.
Yes, and then some.
And buy a crate of egg. 6,000 naira. Buy atagungun that we call grand pepper. Buy all those things. Start selling for you. You want to be taxing that person. You want that person to formalize. And he has 3 children. Unfortunately, she married a responsible man. So what are we saying? And there's someone at Okeari whose stock value is over 2 billion. So government have to start from the large. Factor the large into the model. Encourage them by giving more access to loan and training. So when they give them more training, people that works in that large will be more exposed. They will have HMO. They have access to pensions. When I check the life of pepper seller at the end of the day, those people that fail to send their children to school, they become miserable at the age of 70. They become beggars. So government need to factor. There's no way poverty in Africa will reduce if you did not recognize that sector that employ over 90%. So you did not recognize them. And these are the people that employ 90%. And you are saying Africans are moving to Europe. They will stay. Sit down there, if I'm going to fail you. They will leave. Say Africans are moving to America. Why would they leave? The informal sector that employ 90%. You know what they call 90%?
That's...
So until we look for a way of taking, you see, although some countries in Africa are doing it already, such as Rwanda, they introduced what we call free flat fee model that ensure that even you can contribute 10 naira using Nigerian currency just for health. We have countries like Kenya, they introduced what we call M-Pesa.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You know, those are the things. We are not saying those measures are perfect, but it shows that there is a policy shift that they tend to recognize. So that's why poverty in Africa will continue to increase unless we look into what is really happening here. What can we do to ensure that? I think there was a time, was it not 2016? They introduced what we call micro insurance.
I remember.
How many people heard about micro insurance again?
So you think that there should be more awareness?
More awareness. Let these people know.
That means the insurance companies need to.
They need to do that.
Better.
But they cannot do it alone.
They need the help of the government.
They need the help of the government. And also we that are in the media and house, we need to write more about that.
Yes, I was going to say that. I think the role of the media in all of this cannot be underemphasized.
Exactly.
We need to actually do more because people are reading, people are coming on social media, all of that. And then instead of people getting misinformed or not disinformed, we have the role as the mainstream media to actually be the voice that they need to hear. But what do you think is the reason why we have this challenge? Why this challenge is really pronounced in sub-Saharan Africa? The challenge of the informal sector.
You see, there was a time I was, you know what they call self-reflection.
Absolutely.
I was just ruminating about the chronicle events, about our continent, I was asking myself, is it that Africa should accept its fate of poverty?
Should we?
Yes, and when I look at the data, from 1960 to 1998, Nigerian GDP per capita was greater than that of China. But unfortunately, any economic shocks, when I mean shock, unplanned policies from the international or locally dwindle our economy. Then Nigeria start all over again. Meaning that most of our growth are not sustainable. That's why whenever there is shocks with falls below normal, they will start struggling. So when you look at it, is more pronounced in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa per se, because of the level of unemployment in sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of people will point fingers to the colonial masters. We cannot remove the fact that colonial master has effect, but the question is since when? They've left Nigeria since 1960.
No, but they've left, but have they really left?
And the question is this. You are married, but you did not stop going to your father's house. There's no way your father will not influence some of your decisions. Because there's no way your mom will not ask you some of those challenges you are facing in your husband's house. And there's no way before you know you start talking about it. Before you know they give you some advice.
But let me ask you a question.
Go
Just
ahead.
hold that thought. So if you use the analogy of being married,
Exactly.
not stopping,
Going to your father's house.
But what if you were married?
Good.
Excuse me. And I'm married, but I had an agreement, or just because I wasn't fully on my feet.
Okay.
So I have to sort of live in my father's house, or my dad already like built a house.
Okay.
And then that's where I'm living.
Okay.
Because that was the agreement, or because my dad is so influential.
Okay.
And then I have this apartment, and then that's where I'm living. Or because I'm trying to use it in the analogy of the colonial masters and some of the things, because they've left footprint. It's like, oh, we've left you, but you're still tied to my apron string, sort of. So those are the things that are happening. And so when you use the analogy of being married, I have to use that because, oh, I'm married, but my dad says, oh, this is this house, I'm going to give you and your husband, and that's where I'm living. And that's what's happening with when we talk about the colonial masters. They have left, like buildings, like all sort of things that somehow we are tied to them. Or is it that we can choose to say, you know what, we are not?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly remind you of using that the same analogy. There's what we call Fiscal Responsibility Act. Okay. When a man when you lost your fiscal responsibility, then your wife's parents will dictate to. So when the African country, Africa is a continent with enormous underneath resources. Steve Harvey, that guy,
absolutely, I know.
I read he made a comment on LinkedIn. Said Africa should be the greatest in the world. Africa does not need the help of any country. Africa does not need to import cars. Africa does not need to buy consumable goods from any country. Why? Because Africa have all this. I agree with him in some aspects, but I do not agree in some aspects.
Okay.
Why? Because you need some importation, but that importation should be production. You need import for production, not import for consumption. So when he was saying, when he said you need import for production, you need some machineries that you cannot produce.
That's what you mean.
Yes, that's an import for production. So when you bring in some machineries, you use it to transform the raw materials you have into finished goods.
But can't we make those machineries here?
The question is technical know-how. Do you have the technical knowledge?
But there are lots of people traveling every time, getting international exposure that know how to do these things. Some of the best hands that we have outside of the country. We talk about the brain drain in Africa all of the time, brain drain in Nigeria. Okay. Some of the best hands we have, they are working for companies and they are creating there. So are we saying that those same people cannot come here and do all of this creation?
They can, but the question is, what can you use to influence their decision to repatriate? Have you forgotten that guy that came from Germany for after 30 years? That came and do farming in Nigeria and was killed? Do you remember? So there's a lot of reasons why some people keep their knowledge there. So now someone who have that knowledge, okay, let me go back to my country, and the bureaucratic system, the political sentiments, all these are the factors that impaired Nigerians not to come and bridge the gap, knowledge gap here. That's just it.
And but then speaking of the gap, we do have people that are creating. When you talk about production, we do have people that are creating. But there's also a problem that an average Nigerian person has, where you will believe that once it's Nigerian made, then it's inferior. So I don't want to mention names. We have vehicles. In fact, let me mention. We have the likes of Innocent and the likes of even the Saglev vehicles.
Okay.
We see that people will rather, if I've seen competitions where they get to give them an Innocent vehicle, and then people will be like, it's even like no level. So how do we correct? Is there really any hope for us?
Yes, there is, but there's what we call consumer sentiment.
Okay.
How do I mean? Sometimes you go for products not because you like the product. You are buying the product in order to showcase that you have the financial muscle. Are you with me? I will tell you the technical gap in Innocent strategy. One of the technical gap in Innocent strategy is that it came into the market not using market penetration strategy.
All right.
You cannot just walk into the. Do you know how much they sell a new vehicle? Innocent a car.
Yeah, tell me.
So an average car in Innocent is considering the current economy now, where the volatility has dwindled the value of naira, can never less than 20 million naira. Okay. Why? Because the used car in Nigeria now, all these car 2010 car 205 car, the used one that sold around 11 million, 12 million. We are talking about the brand new one. So Innocent needs to understand. I want to start producing in Nigeria. Who are my targeted customers? You and I are working. Can we afford to buy Innocent, even though with this, if they increase our salary by 10% yearly?
That's laughable.
So what are you saying? So these are just basic things.
So are you saying
Nigerians
that
Nigerians are not condemning Nigerians' products.
Okay.
But the economic situation, the environment is not congenial. The cost of operation is high. As a result of that, production in Nigeria that will match the standard of goods we are bringing from Europe. Are you with me? The production in Nigeria is higher. As a result of that, you have to dump Nigerian products and you go for European products.
But then, aren't we also talking about the cost of importation as well? So when you're talking about the fact that, the cost of production is high in Nigeria, and then maybe because of that, people have to still go. I do agree with you. But there's also the fact that sometimes just some of those products, then there's the cost of importation and all of that adds to the cost. The other day, my friend was trying to, the car she was getting in, and just clearing it for it to get here.
Exactly.
I think she added like an extra 3 to 4 M minus the car itself.
The question is.
So those are also some things.
You are right. There's what we call make or buy decision.
Okay.
In financial management, we call it make or buy. Should I make or I buy? You look at the cost analysis. That's what Trump is fighting for. Trade protectionism. Why does iPhone prefer to go and produce in China? Because of cheap labor. Okay. Now, what is the cost of producing in US?
It's more expensive.
Okay. If the cost of producing in US is $9, and the cost of producing in China is $3, importation cost is $2. The cost of producing in US is $9. The cost of producing in China is $3. Importation cost is $2. So I have $5 to bring it to US. Then I can be a market leader by selling at a lower price than other competitors. So government needs to work on creating an enabling environment where the operation costs will be at minimum to encourage us. Okay, look at the way people wear Ankara now. You can see the way we use Ankara for Nikaboga now. People use,
Yes,
you know,
and it's
I have to.
It's stunning.
I bought two. Each one for 45,000 naira. Just to tell you.
Too much?
No, it's not. No, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
If I'm to buy joggers, I'm going to buy joggers, Adidas up and down. I'm going to spend like 100 or 120,000 naira. And I saw one Ankara that they will design for you very well. Then I give me a white round neck. Do you get it? 45,000 naira. Very simple and very smart.
Well, that's the affordable one, because most of the Nigerian designers that we have now are ridiculously expensive. Because I was going to come back to your comment on, or maybe the enabling environment and all of that, but I thought about it that why then do we have, quote, the Aba made being very cheap, and they are actually very good products if you ask me. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's debatable, you know, but they happen to be much more, you know, affordable. And I think that's even why also, I think it's also termed inferior, and that's why there's that tag of Aba made. And that's why you see something that obviously is made in Aba, you see made in France, made in Paris, made in, you know, USA, because they don't want to associate with that. So, but then they happen to do their own product at a more lesser
this is it. As you said, I said earlier, I said consumer sentiment. There's what we call international demonstration effect in developmental economies. What does that mean? When we try to imitate what is happening abroad and get it in ours. You get it? So when you put on, you know, there is a way, sometimes you imitate people and present your own in a better form. Now, a shoe produced in Aba, you now name that shoe Shibuzo.
Anything wrong with that?
That people will make jest of you. You have to look at the tush name. Cheese.
Okay.
You know, you see, when you look at, you know, you cannot remove international effect from our attitude. We have what we call acculturation, which becomes more popular in year 2000 as a result of globalization. Copying other people's culture and use it to modify your own. Did you get it? Why is it that when they call it a Reebok is not the name of someone? Adidas. Where are these? What is the origin? Names matters in demand of product. There are some products where you see it, it's a Nigerian product, but they give those product names that is commendable. There are some names you two cannot say you know.
But I disagree with that. I think that it depends on how you present yourself. Because I'm very into fashion, so that's why this is a part that I'm very particular, because some of the best fashion designers that we have, they're making use of Nigerian names, and it's very beautiful. You know, the likes of the Tubo, the likes of Vicky James, the likes of Larry da Silva Ajayi, they're using their native names, and it's so beautiful on the international platforms.
I like you.
Yes, Tiffany Amber.
You know what?
Yes, Tiffany Amber. Look
at those names. Look at those
excuse
names.
me, hold on.
Look at those
I
names.
was going back.
You should have named it Ajangbadi.
I was going back to the fact that the Tiffany Amber and Co were in the those were the old money.
Yes.
The new crop of designers now are making use of indigenous names. So you see the Maureen dress, the Kelechi dress, and it's beautiful. Yes, I mean it. What's wrong with Kelechi?
No, I've not heard of Ayomide dress before.
I've seen it.
Even Ayomide will tell you AY dress.
No, it's the Ayomide dress, the Kelechi dress.
There is no absolutism.
The Ansatu dress.
There is no absolutism in everything. Okay. There's no absolutism. So I will not disagree with your point. There's no absolutism. Do you get it? But you know, in branding, do you understand? In branding, you need to understand that names goes a long way.
Okay. So I'm talking about branding now. Okay, that's fine. But just on a final note, I was going to ask you that what do the players in the informal sector need to do? What do they need to do to leave themselves out of this, you know, this situation and just become maybe still in the informal sector but more respected?
This is it. The informal sector needs to come together, cooperative. They need to form a cooperative. So when you form a cooperative, they have access to loan at a cheaper rate, unlike normal conventional banks. Now they need to have a voice, advocates, people that speak whenever government comes with a policy. They need people that will speak for them. They need to go to media houses such as BusinessDay, who have not been sentimental in their analysis. So they need to come to a media house like BusinessDay to raise their voice. So when we see significant point they are raising, we put it into write-up and we follow up the story that government should see. An hike in interest rate affects the price of rice. Hike in interest rate affect loan facilities. It affected everything. But these people cannot influence those prices. They are affected. Wages increment. They increase wages to 70,000 naira. Who will increase their own wage? COVID-19. A lot of people who are working in the formal sector, some company paid during that COVID-19. Isn't it? So some company pays. Why some company will tell you, I don't have much, I slash it into two. Why? Because there's no activities. Do you get it? But those people that works in the informal sector, who take care of them? Who pay these people? Why? Because they don't have voice. So there are two major things they need to do. Cooperative, to assist each other, to get access to loan at a cheaper rate. Two, they need to advocate. They need advocators. Whenever government policy is out.
But who should be this advocators?
Yes, you see, in every market they always have a leader. Right. You cannot go to a market without they have a leader. Those one will go to media houses, tell government, see what you have done, see what you have done, see this policy. How are we going to benefit from this policy? Are we not part of Nigeria? Is it because of we have less education and we are operating here that makes you to design a policy for the elite? You design policy for the elite, but the effect is on everybody. So they need to have a voice.
And speaking of these policies, and on a final note, what are some of these policies that are needed if you need to formalize the informal sector?
No, to formalize the informal sector, the first thing government needs to do, first thing, as I've said earlier, categorization of that sector. They need qualitative data driving. They need to get data. They must not based on assumption. How many large scale do we have? We need to understand so that those people that are selling ice cream in Hold Up, you not go and strangulate them again with your policy. That lady there beside, you can see that lady that is doing POS there.
Absolutely.
You are not going to design product that will strangulate that kind of person. So you need to understand, who are we starting with first? So when government gets the fact and the data right by classification, large, small, large, medium, small, then we can talk about policy on how to bring in the large. The large will not want to come. They will not want to come because they know government comes with a lot of bureaucratic policies. So what they need to do, you have to incentivize them.
Incentives.
Okay. This is it. When you do this,
we'll give you this.
And they should live by example. So that when they get to the medium, it is the medium that will say that I'm true. Please come now. Please come. So when the medium are agitating, and the medium see what's happening to the large, see the wide gap, the medium will approach government. This one now said that we're not okay, please put us there. So I think that is your start.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwatobi Ojabelu, for your time this morning on The Big Story. It was truly delightful speaking to you, and thank you for breaking that completely, very insightful conversation for us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this has been The Big Story. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So make it easier for digital platform or maybe startups to come into the system, perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot, products, challenges that product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and you know having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for digital platform, I think it would go a long way, to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right. So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right. Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then they're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched a technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by Noor. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by Noor, is to provide people a lifestyle
to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by No. You're able to do more about knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads, and these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe, if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by No, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or federal government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy, because if we're going to do this ritual economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your asset or in form of your life. And if you don't have protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will,
will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with the RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, or they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves. Maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic procedures are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I will see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of...
The United States Federal Reserve is expected to keep its key short-term interest rate unchanged tomorrow, despite pressure from Trump for the Federal Reserve FOMC, that's the Federal Open Market Committee, to reduce borrowing costs. Both the President and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent want rates to be cut, and our deep dive will look at how the Federal Reserve is likely to juggle the issues. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent also yesterday, in prepared remarks to the Milken Institute Global Conference in Los Angeles, said a combination of U.S. tariffs, tax cuts, and the deregulation agenda would work together to drive long-term investment to the United States economy, adding that U.S. financial markets can weather the short-term turbulence. On the U.S. economy, he said growth can get back to 3% by this time next year, adding that the administration was very close to some deals on trade, maybe as early as this week. He reiterated his confidence that 17 trading partners, excluding China, have presented very good trade proposals. On China, he saw substantial progress on trade in the coming weeks. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at headlines moving markets to equip viewers with perspectives that will help them thrive in today's rather peculiar business environment. The S&P 500 fell, ending a 9-day rally as investors monitored the latest developments on global trade. Major indexes, however, reduced their losses after data from the Institute for Supply Management reflected stronger than expected service sector activity in April. Sentiment also improved after reports that India has proposed zero tariffs on steel, auto components, and pharmaceuticals on a reciprocal basis and up to a certain amount of imports. On data, U.S. Services PMI released by the Institute for Supply Management, ISM, showed an improvement in April. The ISM Services PMI expanded by 51.6, up from 50.8, exceeding estimates of 50.6. A subcomponent of the PMI, however, suggested a reacceleration of inflation as prices paid by companies, however, rose to their highest level since February 2023, jumping to 65.1 from 60.9 print. The European Union and France yesterday announced €500 million worth of incentives to lure scientists to the continent. The EU are seeking to profit from US federal funding cuts and clashes with top US universities. French President Emmanuel Macron called on researchers worldwide at Paris's Sorbonne University, alongside European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, to unite and join the EU. Shares of US media companies like Netflix and Walt Disney fell after Trump took aim at the movie industry, saying he will impose a 100% import tax on movies produced abroad. A White House spokesman later said no final decisions on foreign film tariffs have been made, but the administration is exploring all options to deliver on the directive to safeguard national and economic security while helping the domestic film production industry. Trump also said that he wants to help Hollywood studios and will ask if they are going to be happy with his proposal. Alphabet's Google has launched a new film and TV production initiative called 100 Zeros to focus on identifying projects that the tech giant can help fund or produce. The initiative is a multi-year partnership with Range Media Partners, a talent film and production company. Shoemaking giant Skechers agreed to be taken private by 3G Capital for $9.42 billion in what could be the U.S. footwear industry's biggest buyout to date. It comes at a time when the company grapples with the impact of steep U.S. tariffs. Investment firm 3G Capital offered $63 per Skechers share in cash, representing a 28% premium to the stock's Friday close. Following trials, Uber is now allowing passengers across most of the UK to pay in cash. The cash payment option was this week extended to all UK cities except London, where it's being reviewed. Individual drivers can still opt out of accepting notes and coins, partly if they are worried about safety of carrying them in their vehicles. Citigroup CEO John Fraser said most clients could absorb US tariffs of 10%, but cautioned that companies are waiting on investments and hiring until there is more economic clarity. She added that 25% may be much more challenging to absorb. In a deal that could create the largest independent fuel distributor in the Americas, Sunoco will buy Canada-based Parkland for about $9.1 billion, including debt. Parkland management say the deal is a path to greater financial stability and growth. Data and analytics firm Palantir Technologies raised its annual sales forecast, betting on strong demand for its products that help businesses adopt generative artificial intelligence technology. It now expects revenue in fiscal year 2025 between $3.89 billion and $3.90 billion, up from its earlier forecast of sales between $3.74 billion and $3.76 billion. Ford Motors not so lucky, though beating Wall Street's first quarter expectations, are suspending their 2025 financial guidance amid an expected $2.5 billion impact this year from US tariffs. They also expect to offset about $1 billion of those costs through remediation actions as well as volume and pricing interventions. Egypt's net foreign assets spiked up by $4.9 billion in March, apparently boosted by the approval of the fourth review of the country's IMF program. Net foreign assets climbed to the equivalent of $15.08 billion after the IMF in early March approved the disbursement to Egypt of $1.2 billion after completing its review of the country's $8 billion economic reform program. The IMF also approved a request for a $1.3 billion arrangement under its Resilience and Sustainability Facility. Still on the IMF, a team of officials will visit Angola this week as the country edges closer to a new loan deal with the lender due to pressure following the slide in crude oil prices. And in South Africa, state utility Eskom said yesterday that it was optimistic about the power outlook over the southern hemisphere winter and was aiming for no electricity cuts in the next 4 months if breakdowns stay around current levels. Eskom's difficulties supplying power to South Africa have hurt economic growth for more than a decade, but a recent turnaround in its plant performance is evident in significant reduction in cuts, including possibly throughout this winter. And in Nigeria, the federal government has pledged its commitment towards the actualization of the $3 billion Agay Deep Sea Port project to promote job creation, economic development, and attract local and foreign investment to the Niger Delta region. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, stated this at the weekend during the flag-off of the Marine Safety Sensitization Program and distribution of life jackets to waterways users in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. We already know that Jerome Powell and many of the other 18 officials that sit on the Fed's rate-setting FOMC, that's the committee that sets rates, have said they want to see how Trump's tariffs affect the economy before making any moves. And so far, negotiations and deals are still at early stages, and to guess how the combination of trade deals, tax cuts, and the deregulation push will impact macroeconomic stability is a lot to ask. Markets do not like uncertainty, and central banks find them paralyzing as they magnify chances of policy missteps. Indeed, Trump and Besant may be convinced a combination of record low energy prices, weakened economy, and downsizing governance in Washington will drag inflation down. But will that be enough to offset the inflationary impact of tariffs? Despite the good news that, apart from China, also now backing off, retaliation has really been limited. The fog, however, has in no way cleared for the Apex Bank Committee. A strong jobs report may lead to some reassurance that a recession is not in sight. Still, the odds of a rate cut are only at 3%. That's almost nil. Indeed, the Federal Open Market Committee, FOMC, they have a lot to chew on with all the fresh data that has just come out on the economy and a trend of declining or at least stabilizing inflation. Conflict between the executive and the Federal Reserve is not new and can be managed. And indeed, Powell has juggled the conflict commendably. And Trump, of course, is smart not to risk the market uproar that will come from attempting to replace Jerome Powell before the end of his tenure. Also, the issue of independence will not go away and should not be lost on the executive, especially as a replacement, as dovish as they can find, takes over from Jerome Powell when his tenure as the board chair ends next year, May. But Powell remains a member of the Board of Governors until 2028, and he will continue to be a strong influence on monetary policy decisions. The two-day meeting will not present an updated summary of economic projections. We have to wait for the June 17-18th meeting for that. Also, it is not a meeting expected to move markets in a material way. As little we do not know already is expected to be said. At least that is what is expected. And in Nigeria, the Debt Management Office, on behalf of the federal government, announced the offer for subscription of the May 2025 issuance of the FGN Savings Bond. The offer opened yesterday and will close on Friday, May 9, 2025. Interest rates for this month's savings bond series are 16.173% per annum for the 2-year bond due May 14, 2027. And 17.173% per annum for the 3-year bond due May 14, 2028. DoorDash is buying British meal delivery firm Deliveroo for £2.9 billion, that's $3.85 billion, as part of the US online delivery platform's plans to expand into international markets. In South Africa, business conditions stabilized after 4 months' decline as PMI comes in at 50.0 in April. Also in Kenya, PMI at 52.0 rises to a 27-month high. In Europe, the latest data saw Germany's service sector slip back into contraction after having grown in each of the previous 4 months. The headline, Hamburg Commercial Bank Germany's services PMI recorded a reading of 49 in April, falling from 50.9 in March. Friedrich Merz today failed to be elected Chancellor, that's in Germany, in a shock first-round parliamentary vote that just came in. April Eurozone Composite Index fell to 50.4 from 50.9, also a 2-month low. UK Services PMI slipped into contraction also in April, ending a 17-month period of expansion at 49.0, down from 52.5 in March. Asia-Pacific markets mostly higher as investors continue to assess trade developments between the US and countries in the region. Also, China's Caixin Services Purchasing Managers Index declined to 50.7 in April from 51.9 in March. The data missed the market forecast of 51.7 by a wide margin. S&P futures down early today as investors awaited the start of the Federal Reserve's first policy meeting since President Trump announced reciprocal tariffs in early April. Crude oil prices are stabilizing today after yesterday's plunge. Brent crude is up, advancing from the $60.25 price posted on Monday, but in early trading still under $61 a barrel. Well, that's all on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Shosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that parity incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. and oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of Business Day, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwon Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector, terms of sunset provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and infrastructures as catalysts for transforming economics, so experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on its shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Efune reporting from BusinessDay TV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure
a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa and today we are all about millionaire moves. I've got joining me today a young man who is passionate about helping young people, especially those in the African American community, create their own wealth journey. His name is Cedric Nash and he is called Your Millionaire Mentor. He's a serial entrepreneur and investor who educates, inspires and motivates wealth building in the African American community. He's also the founder of the Black Wealth Summit 501 organization and the author of the newly released books, Why Should White Guys Have All the Wealth? And also is also the author of How You Can Become a Millionaire Starting from the Bottom and the Millionaire Money Moves Supplemental Investment Guide. He also is the founder and the owner and president and CEO of Oakland Consulting. Oakland provides a range of enterprise IT services that helps organizations realize their business and technology goals. He is also a firm believer and the living example that anyone, regardless of age, race, income, or starting point, can build wealth if they have a burning desire, unshakable faith, grit, and a willingness to make the necessary sacrifices. Well, enough of the introduction. Let's get into the business of today. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nash.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here with you today.
Awesome. Let me start by asking you why you started this journey of getting more people empowered to create wealth. Tell us about this journey.
Well, this journey started a long time ago, just coming out of college. I read a lot of books on personal finance, inspired by my mentors. I had 4 millionaire mentors who inspired me and shaped my mindset to want to build wealth. So when I came out of college, I really wanted to create a blueprint for building wealth starting with a paycheck. And so I was able to achieve that. And as a way of paying forward what my 4 millionaire mentors had poured into me, I wanted to spread the love to my community because I believe that, like I said, anybody can build wealth as long as you have that burning desire.
Right. And tell us about what this millionaire mindset is. I mean, there are many people who want to be millionaires. There are people who already are millionaires. They probably have a mindset that we don't know. And then what do aspiring millionaires also, what's this millionaire mindset that they need to know about?
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people think that a millionaire mindset is really about, lavish living and lavish spending. And it's quite the opposite. The millionaire mindset is really around frugality. It's really around using your money like a tool to make more money as opposed to using it like a toy. And so it sounds very simple, but it's very difficult to implement. It's because we are influenced by our friends, we're influenced by social media, we're influenced by millionaires and billionaires who are spending millions of dollars on marketing to influence us to use our money to make them richer. And so it's harder and harder for people to keep their own money in their own pockets and building up their own group of assets that provide lifelong income and wealth for them and their family. So, like I said, it's a lot of people talk often about this millionaire mindset. I think they get it wrong. It's really about frugality. It's really around treating your money like a precious resource. And so often in our community, we treat it to, we have a saying, to fake it until we make it. We treat it more like to make us look more wealthy, and that never is a recipe for success.
And tell us about, looking at your own journey, what was the mindset shift rather that you had to make to become a millionaire?
What was interesting is that because my millionaire mentors had poured into me since I was in 11th grade, when I came out of college, I already had that mindset. So when I took my first job out of college as a software engineer, making $36,400 a year in the United States, which was a decent salary at that time for a 25-year-old, I lived on a very, very tight budget, a very strict budget. I made sure I was constantly saving. I bought my first piece of real estate right out of college. I went from my college apartment right into owning my own condominium. And so I was very frugal. I was saving my money. I was only spending on things that were necessary. So my mindset was already there. What's really interesting is that at that age, I never knew how it would turn out. I just believed that that was the right process. And it worked because that mindset that cemented in me continued even when I started making significantly more money. And so as I made significantly more money, I always lived below my means. I always made sure that I invested in assets. And over time, those assets have grown and they continue to produce income. And that's really what we have to do. The sad reality is people are in certain financial situations that make it very difficult for them to live as frugal as they need to be. But that really is the answer.
Right. And, you talked about your journey, and you rightly mentioned that you started out really early and you went on to even purchase your first real estate, your property, real estate. So what's one common mistake investors make at the early stage that you would like them to correct today?
Thank you. I love that you asked that question because I have another book that I've written but I haven't released, and it's targeted to college grads. And it talks about the journey that I took, and it talks about some of the mistakes that I've made and some of the things that I would have done differently. And so one of those things are that when I first came out of college, I wanted to I got married shortly out of college. I bought a condominium and I wanted to kind of, live this life. I bought a condominium. I bought a BMW, was buying fancy clothes, Hugo Boss suits, because I was trying to project this image. There was still work on my mindset that needed to be done. But for the most part, I was in good shape. The one thing I would have done differently, though, is I probably would have purchased a duplex. I would have purchased a property that had 2 or 3 units. And me and my young wife at the time with no kids could have lived in one unit and rented out the others and got to the point where we were living rent-free so I could even save more money. So, and then I would have held on to that duplex because, a duplex in the area where I was living today would be worth over $2 million. And I could have gotten it much cheaper. The other interesting thing about that duplex is in the United States, the way financing works, the same financial requirements are needed for a single family that are needed for a duplex, threeplex, even a fourplex. So I still could have gotten in there with very little money as a down payment and had somebody else pay the mortgage and some. So that's the mindset that I'm talking about. It's about how do I maximize the use of my money for my eventual long-term success. And that's the mindset that millionaires have. They don't look for short-term rewards. They look for long-term success.
Right. And let's talk about wealth building and what you think is important and what is not. Do you think age, do you think race, do you think education, do you think all of these things are important factors when it comes to wealth building?
The reality is it's not that important. It's really the mindset. And the reason why I say that is that the education can help in terms of your ability to earn more money. I mean, it does take money to make more money. So the education will help you on what I call the offense, on getting more income so that you can do better things with it. But there's been countless of people, in our history, as well as people even, our parents and grandparents who made modest amounts of money, but they saved a lot and they built significant wealth. And I always talk about my grandmother who made only $200 a month, which is not much money in the United States, but she went on to owning her own home. She saved some money for retirement. She passed money on to her grandkids, of which I received some, and then I basically invested that money. At the same time, I own her house in New York, in the Bronx, and that house is worth over $700,000, and I have it rented out. So that's what generational wealth is really about. It's about efficiently transferring wealth from one generation to another. And so I say efficiently by minimizing, tax liabilities, minimizing the amount of money you spend with lawyers trying to transfer over the assets. So I think it's not so much about how much you make. It's really more about the mindset, because if you have the right mindset, you can always find ways to make more money by taking on side hustles and eventually get your investments to generate the income that you want and desire.
Right, and I understand that you are mostly focused on, making sure that the African American community builds wealth. What do you think are some of the financial barriers that we are facing in the African American community?
The biggest barrier, and it sounds like I said, I know I sound like a broken record because I go back and forth to this mindset concept. It really is so important. But the biggest barrier to us as a community is that most African Americans, pretty much all of us, our understanding and our knowledge around wealth it's rooted in financial trauma, right? Starting all the way from slavery. And if you're in the United States, you go from slavery, you go to sharecropping, which my grandfather was a sharecropper. My father was a Southern sharecropper. You go from being promised 40 acres and a mule that never happens, gets taken back. You go to, there's a whole bunch of things, redlining, the Jim Crow laws, and even the stuff that we're dealing with today that's setting us back so far in the United States. So what happens is it's our response to that financial trauma that has shaped our mindset in the way that it is. And it's made us desperate. So then we invest in things that we expect are going to give us super fast returns, like cryptocurrency and things like that, right? We basically fall for all of these tricks that don't really get us there because our mindset says we're behind, we need to speed it up, so we've got to basically take chances. And the realities about wealth is that it's a slow process. It's about slow, consistent investing in quality assets that appreciate and generate over time. It also has us distrustful of our fellow brothers. So then we have a difficult time pulling our money together to invest together. All of these are mindset concepts. The other piece is that it has us overcompensating. So basically I talk about fake it till we make it. We spend money to convince people that are not wealthy that we're wealthy, right? That's overcompensating as opposed to using that capital to literally make us wealthy. All of these are mindset things that hold us back. And so in order to basically build wealth and to shift that mindset, it really takes the right village, right? It starts with having the right environment of people that are serious about building wealth and willing to put the work in. And that's why I created this Black Wealth Growth Challenge, where I mentor people for an entire year. And in that process, there's a huge mindset that's happened. They get coaching on investing. They learn from other millionaire investors, and they're inspired. And they're inspired to stay the course. And they're in a course with people of like-minded. So that's really, really what's needed. And it's a slow process, and it takes time, but it's very, very doable.
Thank you for breaking that down for us. We are in Africa, so oftentimes people talk about poverty levels being high. It's hard for many people to even think of wealth creation when they have yet to put food on their tables. All of these things are things that people are not quite concerned about, building wealth when they are yet to, have a 3-square meal. What do you think is the way out of this? Do you think that it's still possible for people to build wealth with high levels of poverty?
Yes, there is. And like I said, it's been done, between generations. There's a book I read called, it's called Black Fortunes. And it talks about the six African Americans or Africans that escaped slavery to become millionaires. And they started way before the levels of poverty in Africa today. These are people who started as slaves, who started just out of slavery, who were able to pull some money together and invest in the same things, real estate, stocks and bonds, private equity, gold, the whole 9 yards, and become millionaires. So the whole point is like, no matter where you're starting from, it's possible. It just means that the journey is going to be slower and it's going to be harder. And that just means that you have to have that much more resolve. You got to find so many ways to make income. And what's interesting about Africa, which I love, I call it a new frontier because there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of things that are happening. One of the things that I see, and I might be wrong on this, but one of the things I don't see that Africa is taking advantage of to the full extent, and that's the technology revolution that's happening.
Right.
African, businesses, there's so much technology that can be brought to those businesses that could significantly increase efficiencies and create opportunities for young people that have embraced these new technologies. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. I'm talking about cybersecurity. Talking about a lot of the technology centered around mobile technology and electric vehicles and the whole 9 yards. It's a huge opportunity. And I believe also that there's ways through research and hard work to identify ways to get capital for those businesses. And that's really, really the key. In fact, I really can't talk about it now, but I'm working on something that does such that to help bring capital to African-American people to kind of, spark their entrepreneurial dreams and goals.
Truly look forward to that. But, when I was reading through your bio, I did see that you spoke about spending what your money makes. And I was really curious to know what that means. How does one set up their finances so as to be able to spend what their money makes?
I love that. That's really, really the key. And what I mean by that is that a lot of people take their money and they spend their money, and they're not using it like a tool. When you use your money like a tool, that means that you invest in things that generate more income. An example of things that generate more income is you can invest in multifamily properties. I know in Africa, people pay their rent for the entire year.
Right.
So you can find properties that you can buy and fix up and rent those properties out. So you're not spending the money that it takes to buy the properties. You're spending the rent, the proceeds of the rent. So you're spending what your money is making. The other example is, I know in Africa, you can now invest in the U.S. stock market. There are things called dividend aristocrats. These are dividend stocks that have been producing a dividend. And a dividend is when a company makes a profit, they decide to share some of those profits with shareholders in the form of quarterly dividends. Well, some companies pay 5 or 6% dividends to their investors. So by buying a whole bunch of dividend stock, now you can invest, you can spend the dividends while keeping the base investment continuing to grow. That's the concept of what I call making millionaire money moves. It's about using your capital to invest in assets that appreciate in value at the same time generate income. A business is another kind of thing. It's where you put your money in to start a business, and the money that your business generates, you can spend a portion of that. But if you don't have any capital to invest in these assets, you'll never get that system going. You'll never get that system moving.
Right. And some of us are not even creating budgets. Some of us don't even know how to stay on a budget. Can you give us some tips on implementing? I understand that you have something called, is it the $M Power Budget? Because I did see that. So do you want to give us tips on implementing using this budget?
Yeah, it's called the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. And I call it a power budget because it really challenges you to at least save and invest at least 27% of your income. And a lot of people can't initially do that. And so the name of the game is, if you can't do that, then you've got to make more income, because as you make more income, it changes the distribution of that formula until you can get to 27%. And the reason why I say that is because you need to invest a significant portion of your income in order to build sustainable wealth. And I have templates that kind of allow people to put their current budget in, categorize their expenditures, and it will create a graph to show them how their current budget stacks against the Millionaire Money Moves Power Budget. But my mother would always say, my mother died when I was 19. I'll never forget her saying this, that if you can't manage a little bit of money, you won't be able to manage a lot of money. And that's so true. And you'll find some people who come into big money fast, a lot of times like American athletes or international athletes, and they spend it real fast. And it's because they never developed the right mindset around that money, and they never create a budget. So no matter how much money you make, I mean, I make a decent amount of money, and I still live off of a budget. It's the same budget structure I created when I came out of college when I was 25 years old. You have to manage and account for your dollars so that you can put them to work to benefit yourself. One of the keys, or one of the challenges, especially in this credit kind of environment in the United States, is that, and Africa doesn't have this problem for the most part, is because the credit cards give people this false sense of more money than they have. And it makes it almost impossible for them to stay on budget. Plus, like I said, marketers are constantly telling you you need this, you got to buy this thing, or this is going to make you look more wealthy or more stronger or whatever. And it causes people to spend money on things that they really don't need. So the key to staying on budget, and I talk about this as well, is when you look at the power budget, I have you create several accounts where you put money into those accounts according to the distribution of your budget. And then when that money is gone in that bucket, it's almost like putting different money in different buckets. And when that money is gone in that bucket, then you just have to stay at home and cut your spending until you get more money put into the bucket. So, that's one way. It's going to segment your money into what is mandatory for you to pay in terms of what is discretionary, things that are optional, which is another bucket for what you need to save and invest, right? Another bucket for how you reward yourself when you achieve your goals, right? And also another bucket for giving back, because that's an important paradigm in wealth building. So that's, in essence, I know I'm going on and on, but that's in essence the structure of our budgeting. And that's key to building wealth. It's a slow process, but you've got to manage your dollars very, very carefully and track them if you're going to get there.
Right. And, you've been speaking on saving and investing more, and people are curious to know what are ways to strategically invest. What will be your tips on earning more? Because there are people who, probably want to invest, but then they just have just a little chunk, and they're wondering, what am I even going to invest?
I love
like
that.
a Nigerian. So they're thinking, how do I then earn more so I can invest more? So what ways will you tell us on how to strategically invest?
Well, like I said, it sounds like you're talking two different questions, but to strategically invest, I have something on my website at cedricnash.com, and it's called my investment ladder. And it basically shows people how to go to zero to millions. And it has different levels of investors, from a level 1 investor to a level 7 investor. And so I created this because I'm real serious about teaching people how to become a millionaire starting from the bottom. And I needed to be able to show a roadmap of how you do it. And I basically talk to people on how do you get to $1,000, and then you can invest into the stock market, into ETFs or into index funds or individual stocks. And then as you grow that money up to 25,000 or whatever, then I go to the next band, 25 to 50,000, where you can invest in single family homes or and continue to invest in the stock market. So it's a roadmap, because your investment portfolio, in order to be safe, needs to be heavily diversified across stocks, real estate, entrepreneurship, and even potentially private equity. So if you get a chance, you can go to my website at cedricnash.com, look at my Millionaire Money Moves link, and it will basically explain my entire system. But that's really, really the process. And you've got to be patient and consistent, regardless of what happens with the market. Now, some people may say, well, I don't have that much money to invest. And that's a good answer, because the reality is the best way to invest in the market is consistently every month or every paycheck, not to pour loads of money into the market. It's called dollar cost averaging. So you're averaging your price as the market continues to grow, whether or not the market goes down or up. If it goes down, you're buying more shares. If it goes up, your shares that you own have gone up in value. That's the strategy. And then there's also a thing called buying slices of stocks. So with at least $5, you can buy a slice of a stock. So if you can't buy a whole share, you can buy a slice. So there's no excuse why people and why we should not be investing. And I want to close out by saying that's our number one mistake, is that we spend so much time paying down our debt and we don't spend enough time and energy investing. And investing takes time to build that momentum. And that's what has to happen.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr.
watching Business Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Federal government approves power sector roadmap, adopts national integrated electricity policy. Oil marketers, traders trying to frustrate Tinubu's reform, says Dangote. Court admits fresh evidence in 2.7 billion naira fraud case against ex-aviation minister Sirika. No points to true stall, says Israel plans to capture all of Gaza, says Hamas. Skechers acquired by 3G Capital in $9.4 billion deal. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has formally ratified and adopted a roadmap for the Nigerian electricity supply industry, NESI, approving the National Integrated Electricity Policy. According to the Ministry of Power, the policy had been ready since December 2024 and was submitted to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu before being ratified on Monday at the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting. Special Advisor for Strategic Communications and Media Relations, Bolaji Tunji, in a statement quoted the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, as saying that policy implementation has already begun and will gain momentum following the President's approval, with impact expected soon. Moving on, founder of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has accused certain oil marketers and traders of attempting to undermine President Bola Tinubu's economic restructuring efforts. Speaking at the presidential villa after meeting with President Tinubu on Monday, Dangote clarified that his recent comments about fighting cabals in the oil sector were not directed at the new leadership of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. The business mogul expressed gratitude for the support he has received from the new NNPC leadership in addressing his company's needs, stating that his visit to the president was primarily to commend him for assembling a capable leadership team at NNPC, specifically praising the appointment of Bayo Ojulari as Group Chief Executive Officer. Now to end the local news, Justice S.C. Origi of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Maitama, has on Monday admitted additional documents as evidence in the ongoing trial of Hadi Sirika, the former Minister of Aviation, over alleged 2.7 billion naira fraud. This development came during the hearing of the case instituted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, prosecuting Sirika alongside his daughter Fatima Sirika, son-in-law Jalal Sulehama, and Al Burak Global Investment Limited. The defendants are facing an amendment 6-count charge bordering on abuse of office and money laundering to the tune of 2.7 billion naira. According to reports, Monday's proceedings featured the testimony of the 9th prosecution witness, a retired general manager. I'll be right back.
BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Welcome back to the BDTV News at noon. So, according to reports, Monday's proceedings featured the testimony of the ninth prosecution witness, a retired general manager of administration and human resources at the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority. And on the foreign scene, a senior Hamas official has revealed that there is no point in further talks on a new Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. This comes after Israel approved an expanded offensive that may include seizing all of the Palestinian territory indefinitely. According to reports, the armed group would not engage with new proposals while Israel continued the starvation war. The Israel military on Monday revealed that the aim of the wild-scale operation was the return of hostages held by Hamas and its decisive defeat. Now, to end the news, footwear giant Skechers has been acquired by a global investment company, 3G Capital, in a deal valued at $9.4 billion. This acquisition will see Skechers become a privately held company, with 3G Capital paying $63 per share in cash. Before the deal was announced, Skechers had a market value of approximately $7.4 billion, with shares surging nearly 25% on Monday, despite 28% decline year-to-date through Friday's close. Well, that does it this afternoon on BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.